I'll read this in. Because we're in a second or any changes. Got it. Okay, right. Okay. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting of our council of Monday, December 18, 2023 to order. And we'll just wait till Councillor Doherty sits down. Getting some, I hope, useful IT advice. The first order of business is going to be the reading of the land acknowledgement, and our deputy mayor will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nation walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. I'll just mention that Councillor Houston has sent in his regrets due to illness, and also that Councillor Perry is joining us virtually today. Now I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. I have a few amendments here, and I understand there may be a few from the floor as well. The motion is that the content of the council agenda for December 18, 2023 be adopted as amended. The two I have here are the addition of item 5.1, UNESCO Geopark Initiative. Then we would be hearing from Tony Pigott, Executive Director, Georgian Bay Aspiring Geopark. And secondly, the addition of item 17.3.1, a notice of motion regarding Geopark Initiative. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Ring. Are there any other amendments? Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Just like to amend it, the agenda be amended to include the motion that I provided notice for on December 4th regarding the renewal agreement with the Collingwood Blues in the town.
That's great. Thank you. And that'd be under item 16 on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I would like to move the budget discussion item number 8 in the council agenda to the committee of the whole agenda just before 17.1.1.
And so I understand you're asking to move off the council agenda.
Yeah, tonight. Yes, I would. Thank you. When we voted at the previous meeting, my understanding from the wording in the staff report is we were simply moving to the next committee of the whole, where it would involve public input again, and we would have the more relaxed committee of the whole structure for committee members' discussion. And when it went to the council agenda, that would restrict our interaction, and it would restrict any ability of the public to speak to it. So by moving it from council to committee of the whole, we allow for both of those things.
Anyone else like to speak? No? Okay. So we will. For Potts to amend the motion to include the Blues agreement. Oh, we just need a. Oh, yes, because you've moved it. Thank you. We need a seconder. Councillor Ring, thank you. So we'll vote on that. All those in favor? And thank you. And then Councillor Jeffrey's request to move the budget item to the committee of the whole. Seconder, Councillor Doherty. And any comments? All those in favor? And that's amended. And then so now I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with all the amendments. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I should declare a non-pecuniary conflict of interest in regard to discussions with anything in regard to the Collingwood Blues. due to my association with the Optimist Club, but I'll ask the clerk about that.
Clerk.
Thank you through your worship. At this point, I can't give legal advice pertaining to conflict of interest.
Sorry.
So you'll have to make the best choice.
Thank you. Then I will declare a non-pecuniary conflict of interest in regard to discussions about the Blues. Thank you.
Okay. And just for especially the new counselors, if you're looking at the agenda and you're wondering, often you can get in touch with our integrity commissioner on short notice. So I'll just leave you with that thought. Community announcements. We'll start with our deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Sorry, I just have a couple of items. The first item is that this past Saturday, December 16th, the Collingwood community, aka Eddie Bush Arena, turned 75. Collingwood legend Scotty Carmichael commented at the opening how fitting it was to now have one of the finest artificial ice arenas in Canada because Collingwood ranks high in pioneering the great Canadian national game. In between 1910 and 20, Collingwood won 5 OHA intermediate titles, cementing their contribution. The new barn was a lucky charm as over the next 4 years, 6 OHA champions were homegrown. Councillor Jeffrey's dad was part of it. My dad, Charlie, too. And in fact, he would have been probably lacing his skates up right about now for the inaugural 10-5 win over Georgetown. And Georgetown was the defending OHA champions that year. Bobby Sandals scored the first goal on the new pond in front of a crowd of 2,000. From a 62% plebiscite in 47, exceeding budget, the first ever public fundraising campaign for your arena, and once bearing instantly producing champions, and still now with the Blues, the community arena has served us well. So I just wanted to highlight that for a community announcement. I also want to take the opportunity to say happy holidays and express appreciation to the organizers of all the tremendous community events that are being done over these weeks to help make everyone in our community to have an opportunity to enjoy a festive Xmas. I was at Musicians Concert last week, and that's an ongoing fundraiser for hospice that was founded by Paul Young, and will continue in his memory after the recent passing. Then there's the community breakfast on Christmas Day. Larry Law has graciously offered the Bear Estate at Living Water Resort, and I believe it will provide dinner and fellowship to about 200 people that day. Then there's the ongoing mobile kitchen efforts. Those are only a few examples of the caring community we're lucky enough to be part of. It's something that gives everyone a confidence moving into a great year for 2024. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So I would start with wishing everybody, for my household, it's a Merry Christmas, but however you celebrate over the holidays, I wish that it is safe, happy, and filled with time with family. And next, the Collingwood Blues. We were very proud to have 3 of our junior players participate in the World Junior A Challenge in Truro, Nova Scotia. This past week, we had Cameron Eek and Jack Rimmer and Marcus Laheed represent us well. And we knew the gold was going to Canada because it was Canada East versus Canada West. But our boys were successful in achieving a silver medal out there. So we're really proud of them and how they represented us. And also with the Collingwood Blues, they're once again embarking on their Hockey Battles Cancer fundraiser. So to save the dates, the online auction and the silent auctions will begin January 19th for all the home games, January 19th, January 21st, and the big Hockey Battles Cancer game will be February 2nd. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And really all I would like to do is wish my colleagues around the council table and staff and everyone in our community blessings and all the very best of the season. And just want to say, for me, that means snow, and I'm sure I'm not alone on that. And then for 2024, for all of you, may it be the best year ever, no matter how you define that. Thank you.
Cheers for that, right? Okay, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I'd like to send a thank you out to the Keeping Collingwood Clean group, led by Mary Ellen Sheffield and the many volunteers who continuously travel our streets and collect our butts, and who really do put their effort in every day. Last week, this leads into last week when we had a presentation where the Collingwood Keeping Collingwood Clean presented 3 environmental awards to 3 local businesses here in Collingwood. Goodall being 1, Autoliv VOA being 2, and Walmart Supercenter. And it's a initiative that the Keeping Collingwood Clean, along with Councillors Baines and myself as the liaisons with the group, kind of brainstormed to engage local businesses in Collingwood to come together collectively to ensure that everybody was doing their part. So for any local businesses that are out in the community that want to get some recognition but put some efforts into contributing their efforts, you can contact myself through council or the Keeping Collingwood Clean group. And again, just a big shout out to all of them. And my last announcement is happy holidays to everyone around the table, to the public, and to staff. Obviously, we don't have a lot of snow currently, but for any of the operation staff that are going to be potentially away from their families over the holidays, to be safe out there. And we do appreciate the work that you do. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I'll begin by letting everybody know a few of the events I've attended over the last 2 weeks since our last council meeting, and one that is an annual event that I enjoy every time I go there, along with many other members of council. We attended another very successful Georgian Triangle Humane Society open house. They always put on a real good evening, and well worth the attendance. Back to the hockey mode, on December 10th, along with Councillor Potts and Mayor Hamlin, I participated in the official puck drop and award ceremony of the Collingwood Regional Local League Silver Stick Championships, hosted here in town, and this was their 25th anniversary, so it was very nice to take part in that. Shout out again, as Councillor Potts said, to Keep Collingwood Clean. They're an amazing organization and a real asset to the town of Collingwood. This past Saturday, or no, I guess it was Friday, sorry. We attended the ribbon cutting for a grand opening of one of Collingwood's newest businesses. It's called Catherine Chateau, and it's on the corner of 4th Street East and St. Marie Street, and it looks like it's going to be another great addition to our downtown core. And I'd like to just end by saying I'd like to wish all the residents of Collingwood, town staff, and fellow councillors or council members to have a very Merry Christmas and a safe, healthy, and prosperous 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'd like to reinforce everything all my colleagues have said in regard to the season currently and the season coming up, or the year coming up. Specifically, though, I'd like to say that many of our residents at this time of year are looking at ways that they can contribute to our town. And if not financially, then with donations of food or toys to the various organizations that are collecting those for a good outcome. However, there's another thing you can do as well. I know for a fact that the Salvation Army needs more bell ringers to increase donations, if you will, to their kettles. So for a mere 2 hours, you do not have to be musical and be able to carry a tune. You can volunteer to ring the bells at various locations around town and contribute mightily to what the Salvation Army is doing for those that are really in need. So consider that. And if you wish to, you can speak to the kettle coordinator, who is Amber Talbot. And I have her phone number here and would be pleased to present it to anybody who wishes to bell ring. Thank you.
Well, that's a challenge. Well, I thought I wanted to say 2 things about the volunteers in our community, because there was mention of the community Christmas dinner and the 200 people that would be served. But also there's 100 volunteers there who are going to be served as part of that event. And there is a waiting list for volunteers. So I just wanted to share that because I thought that was pretty awesome. And just to echo what Councillor Potts said about the Keep Collingwood Clean group, it was there's some volunteers who just picked up garbage bags and started picking up garbage on the main street, about a year ago, and have got a lot of the community behind them and our business community. So I'm really glad that you mentioned that, and that our businesses are picking up the mantle. Specifically, I wanted to mention some days of significance that are celebrated in and about our community around the solstice. So one is the Dongzi Festival, which is celebrated in China and East Asia. And another one is the Yolda Festival, which is a Parisian festival. And both of these are time for family and friends to gather and to enjoy food and storytelling. And in our own Collingwood, of course, we're going to be celebrating the winter solstice and the change of seasons on Thursday, December the 21st at the Alwyn Gathering Place. It's at 5 o'clock, just for an hour. There'll be a light show to give us a sense of what the Northern Lights are like. There'll be warm cider, and there'll be some Inuit teachings as well. And lastly, I'll just also say, for those celebrating Christmas on or about the 25th, I know it depends on what kind of Christianity you celebrate, but Merry Christmas to all, and happy holidays and best wishes to all of our council and staff and community. Oh yes, thank you for the reminder. I can't see him on my screen. Is that normal? Oh, doesn't have his video on. Okay.
May I?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
He just texted me and he said he thinks it has to be turned on here. Is there?
Okay.
He had some announcements he wanted to make, and he says he can't. And he says he's waiting for somebody to turn on his video. I don't know whether that's true or not, or maybe he just doesn't know how to turn himself on.
Hey, we'll just give this a minute while we sort out the technical side of getting Councillor Perry on. Councillor Perry, can you hear us now? Or can we hear you?
I can hear now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened here. For community announcements, sorry, I don't have anything on the library, but I do want to make an announcement that the Ed Christie Memorial Bridge is officially opening tomorrow morning down on 6th Concession at Nottawasaga Side Road 30. This has been years and years in the making, and it's finally going to happen tomorrow morning. The bridge is in, and the grand opening will be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So whoever is interested in attending, it would be wonderful to have you there. Other than that, just wishing everyone at the table, colleagues, mayor, deputy mayor, staff, and residents, a very Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and all the best for 2024. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Okay, we're going to have our we're going to have our deputation now. This is the UNESCO Geopark Initiative, and if Tony Piggott could please step up.
Many thanks, Madam Mayor, councillors. Much appreciated to have this opportunity for 10 minutes to give you a little sense of what we are attempting to build and leave you with a sense of how we want to engage you over the next couple of years. If you go to the first slide, please. I represent a very important and fast-growing volunteer group from around Georgian Bay that consists of experts in all sorts of fields, including geology, the University of Toronto, and Professor Nick Isles is the leading expert on the geology of the Great Lakes, but others that are experts in certain types of tourism, in geospatial mapping. There are three very important members of our group from the Collingwood area, but also Indigenous partners and various other experts from around the Bay. This is a grassroots initiative. If you go to the next slide, with only a few minutes to tell you things, I want to take you on a journey. And I hope after that quick trip, you'll get a sense of what the geopark system is around the world and what the opportunities are for a geopark for all of Georgian Bay and particularly for Collingwood. This is one slice of the region around Collingwood, and a few years from now, a delegation is going to arrive from UNESCO Paris. They're going to be geologists and experts on the geography of the world, and they'll never have been here before. And they're going to land here in Collingwood, met by a welcoming group consisting of citizens, business people, municipal government, experts in conservation and tourism. And they're going to be given a tour of the area, the trails, the beautiful hillsides, the waterfront, seeing the geosites that tell a story of Earth's history, the culture of the place, the deep indigenous history, and so on. And they're going to then, the next day, put them in a car, and they're going to send them north. Next slide, please. And up to Tobermory, where they'll be met with by another welcoming group who will tell them about the extraordinary Bruce Peninsula and the amazing 600 million year history of the Dolomite escarpment, the caves, the amazing biospheres, the parks there, including the Fathom 5 Marine Park. And following that excursion, they will then be sent on the Chichiman over to Manitoulin, where they'll be met by a primarily Indigenous welcoming group who are going to show them what a sacred place Manitoulin is. And besides the fact that it's the largest freshwater island in the world, it's a geological wonder where some of the first forms of life on Earth surfaced more than 500 million years ago and are evident there today, and with extraordinary landscapes, which you can, next slide, please, forgot. Thank you, like the cup and saucer. And following that little excursion, they'll be put in a boat and sent up the North Channel. And there they're going to be visiting the Spanish River, Blind River, Serpent River, all the way up to the Sioux, back over to Bay Fin, some of the greatest freshwater cruising on Earth. And it's also one of the most telling pieces of geology anywhere in the world. It's 2.5 billion years of Earth history with an extraordinary landscape to go with it. Next slide, please. That's a picture, one slice of the great North Channel of Georgian Bay. And following that experience, they will then be brought by boat to Killarney and to the Cloche Mountains. Next slide, please. Where they will again be welcomed by a group of people, including Indigenous people from Point Grandine, from the Provincial Park, from the Killarney Mountain Lodge, from all points of the compass, where they will experience, among many things, the Cloche Mountains, the sacred spiritual character of the Cloche, the unbelievable geological history of it. And then from there, they will be taken to the harbor in Killarney and put on a float plane, which is, of course, what you'd want to do with a delegation from Paris. And up they go. Next slide, please. To be exposed to the largest freshwater archipelago in the world, the 30,000 islands and 30,000 and counting. And there they would not only see an absolutely renowned and rare geological feature, but it's also the remains of a mountain range from 1.2 billion years ago that was higher than the Himalayas. So again, a great revelation about how our Earth took shape. And in they go to Parry Sound, where they learned about the cultures that have emerged out of that area over time. And from there, next slide, please. They finish their Around the Bay tour in the Midland Penetang area, where they see these two geological worlds, the Canadian Shield and the Paleozoic worlds of Collingwood and the Bruce Peninsula, come together in what we would call the meeting place. It's also been the meeting place of peoples for as long as it has been here, over 12,000 years. And when the delegation there sits them down, if you go to the next slide, they will also talk about the waters of Georgian Bay, which are absolutely the central feature of a potential geopark, and the fact that it's 5% of the world's fresh water, and a remarkable illustration of glacial effects and the secrets of climate change from many, many millennia ago. And we'll also learn, and important to the UNESCO people, that this landscape has shaped a unique and important culture and history for that many, many years. From pre-contact to the Paleo Indians who were caribou hunting in this vicinity 12,000 years ago, to the incredible crossroads that Georgian Bay has represented to the history of Canada, to the shipping in Collingwood, the amazing fur trade. They'll hear from Métis people, and that what they will come away with is an astonishing view of a landscape not seen anywhere else on Earth, and a human story that is equally significant. And what they will hear from us, and I hope us includes people in this room, is that this place called Georgian Bay is not only something that is unique and significant in Canada, but it is a place that the world should recognize as important. And that's why UNESCO is being invited. UNESCO has the UN permission and responsibility to identify places in the world that require recognition and require management over time, so that what they have got is not lost. Doesn't mean that progress doesn't happen, development doesn't happen, but it means it happens in a way that manages these precious places. And that includes UNESCO heritage sites, biospheres, and this latest idea is called a global geopark. They were started about 22 years ago. If you go to the next slide, please. And the next. And the next, we're going fast. They established a global network of regions, not just one small spot, but regions that encompass towns, parks, crown land, very complex places that are important physical landscapes with great cultural stories, but they're important to be recognized. So the Shetland Islands is a good example of that. Next slide, please. The entire province of Beaujolais, France, which I always thought of as a great place to get red wine. Well, apparently it's got a story of landscape and culture beyond the winemaking that is extraordinary. Next slide, please. South Devon on the south coast of England, called the English Riviera. Next slide, please. And in Asia, there are 195 geoparks now around the world. Only 5 in Canada. We would be the first, possibly the second in Ontario, but we may end up being the first in Ontario. But here in Japan, south of Tokyo, a vast area with cities in it, but is a spectacularly important area. Next slide. And more recently, 38,000 square kilometers of ocean in the far east of Indonesia, islands and underwater areas that are recognized as important. And then in Canada, if you go to the next slide, please, the most recent one 4 years ago was along the Bay of Fundy, called the Cliffs of Fundy Geopark. Next slide, please. And one that is an aspiring geopark, which is what the Georgian Bay Aspiring Geopark is, recognized by UNESCO as qualifying, but having to establish a number of other benchmarks before you actually get designation. They are an area, Whistler does not need more tourists, but they use the designation to manage that tourism and spread it out in a sense. So next slide, please. What do geoparks do, and what benefits will accrue to the areas? Collingwood is the center of the one of 7 regions of the geopark for Georgian Bay. And in each of those regions, there are significant and concrete opportunities to not only look over time at land management, protection, and sustainable development, but specifically tourism. We have an entire tourism team developing ideas for communities to consider in terms of geotourism, which, shall we say, is a conservation-oriented approach to tourism. Research. It's a platform to do research that enhances our understanding of Georgian Bay. So, for example, we are already conducting very deep geospatial analysis of the entire coastline of Georgian Bay, so that communities up and down the bay will have access to information about the coastlines, about the watersheds, and about water itself that can inform development choices, land use planning, and the like. Education, both in schools as well as public, will elevate people's appreciation for the places that they are visiting or living in order to enhance attitudes of respect and care for the places that they are in. And lastly, Indigenous collaboration. Time does not permit me to talk about an essential part of this, and that is the partnership with First Nation and Métis that are an essential ingredient to any kind of UNESCO Global Geopark, and this one is a very significant one. There are 41 First Nations on the coastlines of Georgian Bay and 5 Métis councils. So we are operating and will develop this park in partnership with these Indigenous communities. Next slide, please.
Mr. Piggott, you're past your 10
minutes. Okay, then I'm done.
Well,
last slide, and you'll see just the picture, and I'll leave you that.
If you can just, it's fascinating, and I don't want to cut you off. Maybe another minute or two, if you could.
Next slide, please.
Together. Thank you.
I will wrap right now. Suffice to say that this is an extraordinary part of the world, and Collingwood and the region around Collingwood, which you can see represents a cornerstone of the bigger story of Georgian Bay, has a great opportunity here to take a lead, to be a hub, and to support this generational opportunity. So all I am looking for at this point is to introduce you to the idea, and in time, look for participation and a letter of support as we develop our application. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Thank you for the presentation, and I agree with Mayor Hamlin. It's very interesting and wonderful work that you're doing. As a member of County Council, I wanted to acknowledge one of the volunteers you lost this year, Jack Conton. I'd known Jack for about 8 years now.
Oh boy.
And I'm sure it's a big loss, but he talked all the time about Geopark. And
good.
And a very nice man, and I remember him fondly from working with him on County Council, and I wanted to acknowledge his hard work and all the hard work of all your years, but I know he'll be a loss. So.
And he did a lot of important work around protocols for consultation, which I think are going to be applicable to communities in all sorts of other applications.
I have one question. Representing Collingwood, I participate in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River Cities Initiative, which is all about the coast on the Great Lakes and protecting of the water and so on. Have you been in touch with that group?
We have, but only through a member of the group that works with the Royal Canadian Geographic Society. Mm-hmm. And we have a white paper for a research initiative around the waters of Georgian Bay, a monitoring system. And we're also about to share this mapping information, which, by the way, NASA is contributing to give us information from their satellites on forest cover. So I'll look into those guys.
Yeah, and I mentioned they have a Canadian office and an American office. It's bilateral, and we have a conference once a year. So if there's any initiatives that would be helpful to have a resolution from, and also just say I learned last year when I attended the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I was doing a major study right now of the U.S. side of the Great Lakes. Looking at everything to do with, the heights of water and how municipalities will use that data to do their planning. So some of this information might fit in nicely to what you're doing.
It will, and we're now compiling this because there isn't a comprehensive understanding of the dynamics around Georgian Bay, and we think we can really contribute a pan-Georgian Bay perspective. So thank you for that. We will follow up with it and plan to contribute in a meaningful way. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming today. The next item on the agenda is a motion to adopt minutes of previous meetings. The motion's as follows: that the minutes of the following council meetings be approved as presented. Regular council meeting held December 4, 2023. Special council meeting held December 6, 2023. Special council meeting held December 11, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Baines, any comments? Yes, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I would just like to add that just looking here that the December 4th committee of the whole minutes include the notice of motion regarding the agreement with the Collingwood Blues in the town as I provided.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Did you need an amendment to the minutes, or were you just highlighting that? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So what we're looking for is an amendment to the minutes of December 4 to add in that the motion was read in on that date. It was just an error in the minutes. Councillor Ring seconds that. All those in favor of the amendment and all those in favor of these minutes as amended. And that's unanimous. Thank you. So next on the agenda is, well, maybe I'll first ask, is there any business arising from those previous minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to now move item 11 forward, which is the Arts Feasibility Study update. Director Culver, who's going to be presenting on that?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'll just do a quick introduction and then refer to the consultants who are online. On behalf of staff, I want to thank Collier's project leaders for this planned update of the Phase 3 portion of the Collingwood Arts Centre feasibility project. The community has continued to express their passion for this idea with a well-attended public consultation on November 29 and avid participation by the newly formed steering committee. These updates were included in the Collier's work plan to make sure that council and the public are kept abreast of this very important phase that will help inform important decisions by council. And so with your lead, Mayor Hamlin, I'll refer the floor to the team from Colliers at this time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors. Great to see you here this afternoon. We have a little technical difficulty in that our video is not enabled, though.
Yes, the clerk has just advised me our video is not working today.
Oh, okay.
But we have your presentation and we hear your lovely voice, so go right ahead.
Oh, thank you for that. Okay, so we're here to speak to you briefly this afternoon, an update on the Collingwood Arts Centre feasibility study, just to advise where we are with respect to the program and progress to date and the types of things that will be happening as we move into the new year. Next slide, please. So we'd like to open with a land acknowledgement. Collier's project leaders has offices across Canada, and we acknowledge that our work takes place within the ancestral, traditional, treaty, and unceded territories, which continue to be home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We continue to benefit from our presence on these lands and are committed to reconciliation. Next slide. So the brief agenda, as I suggested a moment ago, we'll cover off an overview on what this project was about. We'll talk about the first public engagement and some of the things that have come of that. The preliminary site analysis work that has been completed up until this point, and then we'll open it up for any questions and discuss our next steps. Next slide. Next slide. So just to bring everybody back to a common understanding of what we're trying to accomplish with this project, within the scope of the project, there's really 5 elements. We're ultimately going to be getting to some concept designs here, which, take the theory of what this art center might look like and commit it to paper and drawings. We're going to do some work in the area of costing and elaborating previous efforts on costing into something that's a bit more refined, as we refer to it as a Class D estimate. And we're also going to establish a potential operating and maintenance cost should the facility move forward into the distant future. We have public consultations, which are going to be conducted as part of this work. We've already conducted the preliminary one, and we'll provide some updates on what came of that, the first public consultation here. We're developing what we call a fundraising framework, and viability assessment. So essentially, in short order, that means developing a potential framework for soliciting funding in the community and from the different levels of government, and then actually bringing it to another level and validating some of that. So not so many assumptions will be included with understanding the fundraising, because we're going to do a bit of testing. And then ultimately at the bottom of it all, and what we're striving to achieve here, is to develop a business case which has a clear path associated with respect to analyzing options, reviewing the sites that are in the realm of possible, and then ultimately through the working group on the project, as well as the steering committee, which has now been established, making some recommendations back to council as to what the most appropriate course is forward. Next slide, please. So where we are in the project with respect to the timelines, we were a little bit slow getting sort of out of the blocks here in mobilizing the steering committee and putting the early pieces together. We feel that we're actually going to be able to recover that if we compress our activities as we move into the new year. We've done some work on the site analysis that we're going to talk about here today in a minute. As we move over the course of the holidays and into the new year, we'll be working at that funding framework and the viability assessment. And then towards the latter part of the winter, before we get to the spring, we'll really be driving into the options analysis, and then making recommendations that will come out of that. And ultimately, what we hope to have is early into the spring of 2024, we'll have the details with respect to the costing on the potential builds, and some concepts that we can share both with the group that's here this afternoon, as well as the general public. Next slide, please.
Right. Thank you. I can take it from here. So we just wanted to recap some of the feedback we received from the public engagement session that we had a couple of weeks back. And we also received feedback following the engagement session. So it's been great, and we're happy to see a lot of engagement here. We had 3 questions that were prompting some feedback. One is the vision that we were working towards accurate? Is the scope accurate? And then are there any future impacts that need to be considered that aren't already being considered? So here's some of the feedback. I won't go through point by point, but some of the great feedback we received was a place to create should be added, the word create, perhaps a place for the development of the arts, so an educational piece could be added, and then also a place to reflect surrounding cultural heritage. And then in terms of scope, some of the feedback we've received there were exhibition spaces, perhaps some conference spaces. One piece of feedback we received was related to the performer residence. So, considering residence places for performers when they're, here for a couple of months. And then additionally, we heard theater-sized rehearsal spaces were kind of would be nice as well. So performers are practicing on the appropriate size spaces. And then in terms of future impacts, some feedback we received was considering tourism and economic development. And then, of course, also parking was brought up, as all 3 sites, which I'll get into next, are on parking lots. So it's definitely something we'll be considering for sure. Next slide, please. All right, thank you. Great. So we have these 3 sites. These are the 3 sites that we're kind of working towards here. And we have a preliminary site analysis that we're going to be discussing today. So these are the 3 sites: 101 Pine Street, 48 St. Mary Street, and 140 St. Mary Street. So these are the 3 parking lots that, during the phase 2 part of this, we found, or the report was stating that the 3 sites were fairly equal in terms of coming out fairly equal, and further development or analysis needs to be had. So this is what we're hoping to work towards here. So next slide, please. So the first site here, 140 St. Marie Street, we've broken it up into some pros and cons. Once again, I won't go through every point here, but this is the site right next to the arena. So there's the pro of potentially using the arena's power connecting through there. It's also, between publicly owned laneways as opposed to privately owned. Some of the cons it is the most heavily used parking lot. It doubles as the parking for any Bush Arena. And then additionally, electric vehicle charging stations were recently installed. So those are some of the pros and cons. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then 48 St. Marie Street. This lot is used the least of the three based on information we've received from bylaw. And then, so that was one of the pros that we found. You know, it is a little bit less central. I mean, they're all very central, of course, but you know, this one's slightly less central. And then one of the findings in the phase 2 report was that a new 150 millimeter water main was required for this site. So those are some of the cons. And then next slide, please. 101 Pine Street. So this is the largest in terms of square footage of the three. Some of the pros include, you know, this lot's used, you know, less than the arena lot. That one of the biggest pros is that the transit's located right beside. So there's that terminal right beside that parking lot there. Cons include, it does have some privately owned laneways, you know, quite close to it. So that may be, you know, an issue that would be faced. And then we've also heard some feedback related to how happy the public is with that being the location of the farmers market, which is being held in the summer. So those are some things we're considering of what we've received to date in terms of pros and cons for the three sites. Now, I will say this is preliminary. We are still collecting information here. And as of now, it's kind of coming up as the 48 St. Marie Street and the 101 Pine Street are both looking like they're good options. The 140 St. Marie Street, not as much. That said, as I mentioned, we're still in the preliminary site analysis phase, so we don't have a recommendation in terms of which site to go forward with at this time, but we hope to get there shortly. Next slide, please. Great, and next slide, please. So as Dean mentioned, we have these next steps. So the site analysis, we're going to further complete that. We are working with our team at Nordicity for the funding framework and viability assessment, and then we're also working with our team at RLB for the costing and financial modeling piece as well. So those are the next steps that will be happening early in the new year. And I believe that is all. I'll let you get to the next slide. Thank you. So that's it, and we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. Was there anyone else, Director Culver? No, okay. Would council have any questions? No, I think not. So thank you for letting us know where you're at and where we're heading. It's very helpful for us and for our community.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and happy holidays all.
Happy holidays.
Yes, thank you. You too. So, Councillor Perry, because the video is not working, the clerk has suggested that if you wish to talk, you'll have to raise your hand. And also, I guess for voting, raising your hand would also, we'll have to sort that out maybe through the chat feature. Okay, all right. All right, next item on the agenda is item 7. This is the Committee of the Whole report from December 4. I'm going to sever out the 6th Street official plan amendment because there's been lots of correspondence and there's been an amendment to the staff report as well. So I'll read in the balance, however. The Council received the Committee of the Whole report from its meeting held December 4, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. PW 2023-10, Community Safety Zone and School Zone, Standardization and Speed Reduction. Staff report with additional information to be provided on January 8, 2024. And T 2023-24, this is the 2024 development charges inflationary increase. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Ring, Councillor Potts. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? And that's passed unanimously. Are you keeping track, Clerk Gomez? Okay, good. Of Councillor Perry. Okay, so the other item is Council receiving the Committee of the Whole report from its meeting held December 23rd and approving the recommendations contained within this report. And this is with respect to P 2023-30, 560, 580, and 590 6th Street Official Plan Amendment. Okay, Councillor Perry, we see you. Okay, thank you. So with respect to this staff report, yes, good. Director Valentine is going to offer some brief remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. The amended report before you today includes the revisions to the resolution, which reflect the motion that was advanced at Committee of the Whole. Additionally, there's a number of items that have been clarified within the text of the report, and that includes the minimum period of affordability of 25 years for the pro-offered 10% of affordable units, and also the labeling and content of the appendices have been updated. Staff have been corresponding with members of the public over the past couple of weeks to ensure that they are able to gain access to the supporting materials and documentation for these applications. And there was also a number of questions advanced that staff were able to provide answers to. At present, the official plan amendment, as well as the conditions of draft approval that are attached to this report, reflects Council's modifications to option 2. And as a reminder, those were firstly to ensure that all the affordable units were provided in phase 2. And secondly, to require the posting of signs in locations where there are future through streets planned. Here on this second request, staff went above and beyond as well and added extra belt and suspenders by requiring the same information to be included within agreements of purchase and sale as warning clauses to ensure that future buyers are also aware of the planned street layout. Prior to Council ratification of the Committee of the Whole recommendations and making a final decision on this file, staff have also presented in the amended report a supportable alternative related to the phasing of the affordable units that was suggested by the proponent. To ensure that the affordable units are more fully integrated into the high density block, and that's in accordance with best practices for socioeconomic inclusion, the applicant, is requesting that rather than providing all 30 affordable units in phase 2, the units be equally spread among the 4 proposed buildings within phases 2 and 3, with a minimum of half, being 15 of those units, being delivered in the earlier phase 2. So Council may certainly wish to consider this alternative in your deliberations. If you do find that alternative to be palatable, staff would amend the conditions of draft approval accordingly. Before closing out my comments, at Committee of the Whole, Council also heard that the public feels that insufficient notice was provided with respect to these applications, and that's particularly in relation to the alternative option advanced with the increased density on the high density residential block in support of the affordable housing units. A formal follow-up letter was circulated to you on Friday, as well as 2 additional letters from the public today and 1 from the proponent. Staff certainly did take the opportunity to reply in detail to the resident, noting that complex applications go through a number of resubmissions designed to respond to technical and public comments that are received through consultation before staff feel comfortable proceeding with a recommendation or recommendations that we can support. So notice was provided above and beyond the Planning Act requirements, and Council held the required 1 public meeting for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. And I would note that the Planning Act no longer allows for a public meeting as part of a draft plan of subdivision. So Council, of course, may choose to exceed the minimum requirement and trigger a second public meeting should you feel that additional opportunity for public comment is warranted in this case. Such a meeting would be advertised as required under the Planning Act, and we would also send a notice out to the courtesy email list for this particular file. While this is fully within your purview as council to host a second public meeting, and staff would of course follow your direction, we are also obliged to make you aware of the primary risk of deferring these applications, and that is an appeal of non-decision. Under the Planning Act, the town has only 120 days to render a decision on the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan of subdivision. This time period has elapsed. That's not unusual due to the technical complexities of these applications and the intensive technical review. Nonetheless, the applicant is in an appeal position. Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd be happy to answer any questions or provide further information as needed.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just get a mover and a seconder for this to get it on the floor. Councillor Doherty, Councillor Potts, thank you. Any comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure what's on the floor. Are we considering it the alternate amendment?
I think that has to, I believe that has to be put on the floor as an amendment.
I think we should
Probably discuss that. So I would put the alternate amendment on the floor.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor Doherty. And just for those following along, I'm reading it out of the staff report. It would be, and that the 30 affordable housing units be approximately evenly distributed among the proposed apartment buildings on Block 1, and that no less than 15 units be included within Phase 2. Is that right? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hammond. So I'm questioning the wording only because I'm having a hard time putting a target to it. If there should be a no less or no more than, otherwise you may end up with all of them. I just don't know how we define approximately evenly distributed. But if this is, the best we can do in planning speak, then I'm willing to accept staff's recommendation. But I was just a little worried about, I thought, well, if it's no less than 15, well, you're going to be 15 and 15, or maybe I guess you could be 16 and 14. But where do we draw the line, or how do we draw that line? Just through to Director Valentine. Thank you.
Yeah, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, the wording is a little bit complex at this time because at the moment, the block for the high density residential is proposed to have 4 buildings, but that will be confirmed through site plan control. So it was a bit difficult to say evenly distributed amongst 4 buildings. That may come back slightly differently. So we tried to impart the generalized sense that those units be evenly distributed through the number of buildings that will eventually be constructed on Block 1. But that absolutely no less than half or 15 would be within the first phase. So, or excuse me, second phase, which is the first phase of that higher density block. So we're open to suggestions to make that more clear should council feel that that's necessary.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have anything really to offer other than I guess it isn't even if they put all 30 in the first phase. So it would go against the wording that says approximately evenly. So I can't come up with anything better either, but I just thought I'd ask. So, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Potts.
I'm just looking for clarification here. So we're discussing at what point do we discuss the fact of potentially a public meeting? Is this just the amendment right now, and then we'll discuss that after? Okay. I'm trying to follow along here. Thanks.
That's good. No, it's all good. Any other comments on the amendment? Okay, so we'll vote on the amendment. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And then I think we'll talk about your issue. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Given the amount of correspondence that's come in and I guess what's all entailed with this, I'm at this point, I'm struggling to support. I'd like to see it go back to another public meeting. And again, I can't make a clear decision on something when we're receiving stuff up to just a couple hours before. And I just think that it would help me if it did go back to potentially giving an opportunity for some more feedback and input. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines.
I'd like to thank Councillor Potts for bringing this up. I wouldn't support it. However, I would say that more discussion is needed. And I mentioned earlier about bringing a notice of motion forward in regard to the process of this. And there's no winner in this. It, as staff has reported back, their back is to the wall in regard to provincial legislation and the timelines, and yet clearly inadequate, in my opinion, enough time for residents of Creekside and others to digest the reports. And so my notice of motion would essentially be aimed at the provincial government to say, you have to build in, I would think, and I'd seek staff's comments on this, another 3 weeks or so legislatively to have allowed 2 weeks, presumably, for residents of the affected residents to comment, and then perhaps another week for council to digest those comments and then come back and council makes a decision. But I am frustrated, as I assume they are, in regard to this process. And one might say nobody's at fault, although I do look at Queen's Park and say, this has to change, because I feel for their pain of not enough time to chew this over, and very pointed comments. And so it's in that sense, I'd say, I understand the concern of staff in regard to Councillor Potts' presumed amendment or notice of motion on this, but I'm worried about that sort of Damocles from the provincial government hanging over us, and that has to be addressed, in my opinion. So those are my comments. Thank you.
So Councillor Bain, is this a notice of motion you'll bring later in the meeting under that item?
I would actually, I think there's no rush about this, but certainly in the new year, very shortly thereafter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. I would not support a further public meeting on this application. I am very supportive of Councillor Bain's remarks with regard to the various amendments to both planning and municipal act legislation over the past 2 years that really have put municipalities and their residents up against the wall when it comes to these matters. And I would be very supportive of sending a resolution to Queen's Park and copying AMO on it, because we would not be alone on that. But notwithstanding, I believe that this application now ticks the boxes that we have been asking for as a community, and in particular from our affordable housing task force. We are providing less expensive homes generally than single family dwellings. We are providing more rentals of any price, and we are providing affordable rentals as the town wishes to define, which would be affordable to the 3rd to 6th decile. In terms of the traffic concerns, I think that the recommendation to, from now on, and put signage at the end of dead ends that will ultimately be pushed through to other developments is a good one, because right now the residents of Holden Street really are going to find any level of traffic objectionable as compared to no traffic. So if the expectation had always been there, perhaps we would not have had the concerns that have been expressed by the community. We need to start acting on the needs of our community in terms of housing, more housing and affordable housing. And we need to start now. Thank you.
Thank you. The clerk has reminded me I should have asked for a seconder to Councillor Potts' motion for a public meeting, or a motion to amendment. Right. Okay, thank you. And what you're asking for is a deferral of this item so that a public meeting can be held. Okay. Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments?
Mayor Ham, may I? Sorry, I should have
Yes.
my card up. I'm not going to elaborate. I agree with the comments of Councillor Doherty. I think that we are in a situation where we're following our staff's recommendations and they've followed process. I don't want to get started about the province, so I'm just saying that I'm not going to be able to support it, unfortunately.
Thank you. Councillor Ring?
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I can sympathize with Councillor Potts' suggestion to have this public meeting, but I think that I too have to support staff. I think they've done everything they were required to, and in some cases above and beyond. I think, unfortunately, it's not pleasing everybody, but I think just prolonging everything with another public meeting. I'll just echo the comments of Deputy Mayor and Councillor Doherty that we need the rental units now, not a year from now. And one of the biggest things being on the Affordable Task Force, and I'm not going to say that this is the case here, but it in some cases looks like it is the problem we have of doing anything to help affordable housing always seems to hit a roadblock with NIMBYism, and I would prefer that we get these rental units going quicker than later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to you.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. At no time am I wanting to hold up anything to do with affordable housing, because I do know how critical it is and how the community does need to know it. Where I come from is the fact of just giving the public the opportunity to voice their concerns and in a proper way. And maybe that's been done to what the parameters are, but I'm just asking for one more pick of the cat to hear their concerns again and to give that opportunity to the public. But there is no way, shape, or form am I saying that we do not need affordable housing. We do. And but in this case here, I think the voices of the public need to be heard. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I also agree with your sentiments, Councillor Pott, but I'm afraid I have to support the remarks from Councillor Doherty and Councillor Ring, and I'm not going to repeat them. I'll just add that the province's changes to timelines are specifically to stop discussion and get things approved. But the problem we have is if we don't act, we're going to be left with situations of having to pay back money to the developer for application fees, and also costs of going to the tribunal to then defend our lack of action. So I would say that what's unfolding is what the province intended. I would say none of us are happy, but it is what it is as well. Okay, so we'll bring this to a vote. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that fails. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is, so do we have to approve then? Yeah, so then we have to go back and approve the 6th Street recommendations as have been amended in accordance with Director Valentine's comments today. And as amended by the motion of Councillor Jeffrey. So all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So the next item is the budget, which has been moved to the Committee of the Whole portion of the agenda. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is item 10. Oh, no, is item 9.1. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the bylaw. Right. Okay. Treasurer Quinlan, you know we're not doing the budget right now. No, that's okay. I did say the word. But we can't wait to hear from you. Huh? Okay, the next item is 9.1. It's the bylaw for the matter we've just dealt with. The motions, and as we know, it's been amended. So I'm going to read in some words here that don't appear. And the motions as follows: that bylaw number 2023-097, being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 48 to the official plan of the town of Collingwood, as amended, be enacted and passed this 18th day of December 2023. That bylaw number 2023-098, being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, as amended to amend the zoning provisions applicable to the subject lands municipally addressed as 560 and 586th Street, be enacted and passed this 18th day of December 2023, as amended by council actions earlier in the meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Baines. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. We have one report from a board, and that is that the minutes of the following board be hereby received and recommendations contained therein be approved. And it is Collingwood Police Services Board Minutes, November 2, 2023. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Any comments? Although, yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Yes, sorry, Mayor Hamlin. I did have a couple of questions from the minutes, and I noticed there was a reference, and I only had a chance to ask the clerk this today. So I was looking at the reference in 9.1 in the minutes, and it has to do with Wasaga Beach's letter regarding the illegal rallies, car rallies. The note to the minutes says that the correspondence was received. I wondered if anything was done from that, because the letter does ask for a letter of support to come from council. And I was trying to recall if we'd actually seen the letter ourselves on our council agenda. So I do, as I say, I only had a chance to ask the clerk about it today, just to find out if that letter of support has gone, or if perhaps I needed to do something here just to have it go.
Okay, Clerk Thomas, have you had an opportunity to look into this yet?
Thank you, through the chair. And my apologies, I had not seen that note from the deputy mayor, but I do recall that it had come, and I believe that you had noted that you would be considering bringing forward something, I believe, at some point, maybe in September or October. So we can take a look and work together to prepare a draft notice of motion if you'd like to consider.
As I said, the letter simply asks for a letter of support from Collingwood to go. They're sending it to the ministry. So I didn't think it necessarily needed to go through a formal council process. But if I did need to, I'd like to do that. I just could have been corrected that it actually had come through council already once and missed doing that, but I'm not sure.
Maybe you're recalling that it came through county. I recall the deputy mayor in Wasaga addressing this issue at county.
It actually was Councillor Jeffrey who kind of thought that it had already come through the things, but you also had seen it for these services. So in any event, do we need to do anything formally, or can we just ask staff to make sure to send a letter of support?
Well, I think council has to decide whether or not to send a letter of support. I don't think the board can on its own. Pardon? Sorry, I'm just CEO. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I just was going through my notes, and just a quick reference, I believe it came to the Committee of the Whole on October the 16th of this year in the consent agenda.
Okay. So perhaps if you'd like to bring a motion at the next meeting, you could do that.
I will do that. I'll give notice of motion later then.
Okay, thank you. There are no consent items on. Oh, so we have to vote on that, I believe, still. So all those in favor of adopting these minutes? Receiving them, thank you. That's unanimous. The next item is the consent agenda. I see no items. Deputy Mayor, did you have anything to add for the county report today?
No, I didn't hear anything further today, so I do not have.
Okay, thank you. Is there any old or deferred business? Councillor Jeffrey.
I don't know if this is old or deferred or other or notice of motion, but we had discussion at committee of the whole regarding the parking spot on the east side of St. Marie Street between across from the St. Marie Street parking lot by Lamoda there, Dr. Acanelli's office. And I had said at that meeting I was going to bring notice, but I think too many meetings have occurred in between that I need to do notice again. Given our inability to do the pilot with the lineage to help with the delineation for the coming in and out of the parking by Dr. Acanelli's office there, that we take the one parking spot offline, because in the winter months, you're not going to, we can't paint the lines now. And in the winter months with the snow, you wouldn't see them anyway. So I'd like to make a notice of motion to temporarily take that one parking spot offline until we can do the pilot with the new lining in the spring. Oh. I was doing under old business because I've talked about it before.
All right.
We can accept it.
Okay. All right. We have a ruling to accept it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Other business? I think Councillor Potts. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I'm looking for clarification, potentially through the CAO or Director Slama, in regards to the tree maintenance in the Battle River. Had some concerns the past while about the mouth of the Battle River, which also acts as a outlet for out into the bay. And many years ago, there was some significant flooding that caused a lot of damage within some of the properties and homes in that area, caused by ice damming, and which snowballed into fallen trees and tree limbs. So in regards to now, there's some concerns currently of some trees that are in the river, and there's been the homeowners have reached out and just previously have received 2 responses from 2 different departments stating that the town is committing to do the work. And there's been some third correspondence that there's still unclarity on who's responsible. So I'm looking for a update moving forward. It's an area that is concerned, especially when we get high water levels and backups and flooding, and I'm just looking to see at what point or who is in charge of that, who looks after it, and if the work will be completed shortly. It was committed to be the fall, and we're starting to kind of air into winter, and soon it'll be spring. So I'm just looking for an update. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Slama, can you address this, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Potts. Yes, there has been some contact with residents and with some assistance from council members as well to notify Public Works about a private tree that has fallen into the Bateau River. So as committed to the residents, Public Works is working on removing that tree. And we continue to do that, even though, yes, I understand it is mid-December, but we are working on securing the right type of machinery to safely remove the tree so that then Public Works staff can deal with it on the shore. So one comment just with respect to responsibility and risk, the Bateau River and the land surrounding the Bateau is not owned by the town, nor is it owned by the Nottawasaga Conservation Authority. So that's a little different from from the situation with the Pretty River and the Black Ash Creek as an example. So this is a case where we are dealing with a private tree on private land. In the past, the town has proceeded with work to limit the risk, but as we are now not in an emergency situation today, we are seeking permission to access the river through private land. So we're working on obtaining that access as well, or permission for access. We do have some questions about, the responsibility of the town, and if, dealing with private trees on private land is the town responsibility. So we are looking at that offline and looking into it. And I think that's an update I wanted to give.
Thank you. Do you have any follow-up?
Yes, through you, Mayor Hammond. Just briefly, thank you, Director Slama. So two things. I think where it really triggered the homeowners was that the Public Works was just in the river within the last 6 months doing work. So the assumption was that it was kind of still the responsibility of the town. And so that's just a comment. Second of all, just kind of looking for a time frame. Whether it's, I just don't want to correspond and back and forth of it'll be this month or it'll be next month. Just kind of a time frame. If you're looking at securing equipment, that's fantastic. And just an idea of when this work you think will be done. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Potts. At this time, I don't have a definite timeline for you, but I can say that, staff are actively doing both of those things, just talking with the landowner about securing access and getting permission for access, and then obtaining the proper machinery to do the job. So we are actively working on it, but I don't have a definite timeline for you. Hopefully sooner than later.
Through you, Mayor Hammond, that's great. And maybe moving forward, the CAO Skinner, if there is maybe some more clear info just on the who's responsible, so we don't come across this scenario again. Thanks.
And also, I actually have a question. Listening to all of this, and of course, I've been following the email correspondence, which is this Bateau River, is this a main drainage outlet for the town, Director Slama?
It is.
So maybe in the context of who's responsible, I'll leave it to staff whether they think they should be looking at whether the town should be responsible or the Conservation Authority. And if one of those public authorities should be, how they get control of the necessary. Because I totally appreciate this is public land or private land. But, if we are properly draining our town, it needs to be looked after in the best way. So, okay, thank you. I just wanted to comment. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. As a follow-up through you to Director Slama, my property backs on the Oak Street Canal, and I've been chatting with many of my neighbors on either side of the canal, either on Oak Street or on Birch Street, that in the spring we would have a community cleanup day of our area from 5th to 4th. But as I'm hearing the comments here, do I understand that the town, because I've been cutting trees that I understand were on my property and that had fallen over, but if the town is now responsible, particularly in regard to this precedent, that's news to me. And our neighbors and myself were thinking that all of this would be a private landowner's responsibility to clear the stream on both sides of fallen trees and limbs, et cetera, that the town wouldn't be involved. But is that the case, or what would be the case in regard to cleaning up that Oak Street Canal for that area? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Baines. So the Oak Street Canal is another good example where that is some drainage on private land. So again, this is what staff are looking into, the responsibility and the role of the town with these drainage channels.
Thank you.
So keep cleaning.
and as wearing a council hat, I think it should be the private property owner's responsibility, because there are enough drains on the public purse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Hey, so any other business? Okay, under motions, I'll just read in here. Notice of this is a change. Oh, yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor, sorry. No, in a minute. I'm just going to read something
Then
first.
you go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to read in the change here, which is notice of motion is required to be provided at the previous committee of the whole meeting. If there's an urgent matter to be considered, notice to waive requirements under the procedural bylaws required. So I just wanted to say that, and now over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And the first thing I would do is give notice of motion in regards to the reference that we made early to the Wasaga Beach illegal car rally letter. I'll bring that forward at the next meeting to ask for support. And then the other one.
Wait, just wait. I think I think this procedure now is at the next meeting that's going to start in a few minutes. You have to bring your notice of motion there.
That's what you meant for later.
Yeah.
Okay. So my understanding, though, is on the other matter that I want to bring forward now, it fits with the procedural bylaw because of the request for reconsideration. So what I was going to say is that as per section 4.23 of our procedural bylaw, regarding December 4th, Council's resolution 415-2023, that approved option 1A, status quo, and rotate committee of the whole chair and vice chair semi-annually, and put in place bylaw 2023-091 to amend the procedural bylaw. I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration on that matter, and I have a short statement in that regard. Councillor Jeffrey, current chair of Committee of the Whole, was unable to join us when the decision was made, and as such, the matter should be revisited to allow for her input regarding the options that we considered and any of the related outcomes.
Okay, so that'll be dealt with at the next meeting.
So we can consider now if he's going to say. Or if we can choose vote, motion to consider.
Okay, all right.
And then the bylaw will come forward.
Okay, so what Clerk Almas is saying that a 2/3 vote is needed to reconsider our previous decision, and that if we do decide to reopen it in our meeting in January, we would be discussing it further. We wouldn't be voting on something else. We would just be reopening it tonight. Why don't you tell them? I'm not getting it. Okay.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. So the process would be, we would have a motion to reconsider now. So if there's a seconder, there would be a motion to reconsider. If council approves it with 2/3 majority vote, the very next item on the agenda will be the motion to reconsider that decision. And that would have to be implemented by bylaw, but the bylaw would show up on your council agenda in January, our first council meeting in January. So staff would have to prepare that. So there is 2 motions required now. The first motion requires 2/3 of the majority vote. And then the motion goes back on the floor and then council can decide by simple majority.
On the second motion, by simple majority, they'll decide whether or not they wish to change the bylaw. And in terms of what we change the bylaw to, is that decided today as well? Okay. Okay. All right. So any questions on the process? No. A seconder for the reconsideration. Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. And anyone like to speak to this? Would you like to speak first or last or?
The mover of the reconsideration can provide a brief comment.
Mayor Hamlin, that short statement I made was the brief comments, and then my understanding is just a vote to see if we have the 2/3.
Okay, and no further comments from council. Okay, all those in favor of reconsidering? And those opposed? And that carries. Okay, and now we need a motion to reconsider. Oh, was that 2/3? Oh, wait, Councillor Perry, how did you vote? Sorry, I wasn't looking down. No, so that was 3 against and 1, 2, 3, 5, 4 for the reconsideration. Okay, so that's defeated. So we don't need a second motion. Okay. All right. So at this point, we're going to move into the committee of the whole. Yes, Councillor Potts, you have something as well.
Yeah, just clarification, Clerk Almost, just in regards to the motion that I had to put forward. Is that now or under committee? Now.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, it's just the council direct staff to report back to council with the draft agreement between the town and the Collingwood Blues for council's final review and consideration prior to council approval.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baines.
I think I'm getting this now. I don't have to declare conflict interest at this point, but when this does come forward, then I have to leave. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for Councillor Potts' motion? Councillor Ring, okay. Would you? Oh, okay. Okay, you don't have a conflict, got it. Okay, so yes, Deputy Mayor.
The count on the vote was 5-8. So it wouldn't be the 2/3 then, right? That's we determined. Or 5-3, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion now on the floor from Councillor Potts that he referred to earlier in the meeting, and he's just put again on the floor. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Ring, okay. Would you like to speak first or last?
I can speak first.
Okay.
Yeah. I just thank you through you, Mayor Hammond. Just in the case of like I had stated last meeting that it's exciting to have junior hockey here in Collingwood, and we've had some questions from the public. All of the members of council have, and I think obviously coming around for a renewal, it's an opportunity for it to come back to council, and if council's happy with the way things are listed currently, then great. If there's some questions or clarification, then fantastic too. So I just think it's just because there's been some concerns and some questions for clarity, and especially for new members of council that weren't here when the initial contract went through. I think it's good to have that transparency and to continue to support hockey in Collingwood. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So just a couple of points of clarification. There's no public input on a contractual negotiation. So if the CAO or staff brought back that contract, it would simply be a council procedure. Am I correct on that? Or would there be public input into a contract?
Yeah, CAO, could you address that?
Thank you through you to Councillor Jeffrey. Sometimes it does depend on the situation. Often during a negotiation, it will be council informed in camera because of course that's one of the items that the Municipal Act does allow. Sometimes when a negotiation or moving forward might be of great interest to the community, council may opt or staff may suggest through a report that input from the community be sought, or there may be auxiliary information that would come forward, something like along the lines of the economic impact of the Elvis Festival, for example, a report of that type that may have been provided in open session as council went in to decide on the future of something. So not always, but sometimes, if that's as clear as mud. Thank you.
Yeah, that is clear as mud. I've never been in really favor of doing a motion for the sake of a motion for something that's going to be done anyway, but I think the CAO has clarified for us today, and I wouldn't mind if she would clarify in open session as to why the decision was made for the clerk and the CAO to support having the motion come forward to council, first of all, because I have another comment I need to make after that. Through you to the CAO, please.
Do you want to speak again? Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. It was suggested, and we did hear Councillor Potts make his notice of motion several weeks ago, and We did look through the delegation of authority to staff, and with respect to executing contracts and agreements, the bylaw talks about authority to sign contracts or agreements as authorized under current procurement policies and within the approved annual budget. And with respect to the Blues contract, I think there was not full clarity in staff's mind that both of these would be fulfilled, as this is an unusual item that doesn't follow the typical procurement practices. So I personally would err on the side of wanting council, at least in camera and potentially in a public session, to talk about the parameters for extending or adjusting that contract as a decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, sorry, and then my follow-up may have to come later, but at least for now, in the interest of being consistent, that if this isn't the only time it occurs in terms of this particular situation, the staff is going to provide us with the list of contractual negotiations going forward, and that we will bring a motion to council to allow for the same process, so that we're being consistent and not just doing one-offs.
Well, that raises a question in my mind. I thought what I heard our CAO say was this wouldn't normally fall under the automatic delegation where staff can just go off and sign contracts on our behalf and has to come back. So that the motion is appropriate.
I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying going forward, what's the process going to be to ensure that staff make us aware of all contractual negotiations so we can do the same kind of motion?
Okay, well, I'll leave that with you to bring forward. Okay, so all those in favor of Councillor Potts' motion? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, so we're going to move into the committee of a whole. Do we have to readjust our IT and our seating? Okay, so we'll just adjourn for 10 minutes and then. Oh, we've been at this for, just an hour now. Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll start up committee of the whole. Thanks.
Okay, everybody, we're going to call the meeting back to order, and I am Chair Kathy Jeffrey, and we are moving into the Committee of the Whole portion of this agenda. And as was done through an amendment to the agenda in the council portion, we have moved the budget item to. Oh, thank you. We have moved the budget item number 8 to the beginning of this part of the meeting. So I'm going to read that in if I can find it. So we'll have the presentation by our treasurer. It's regarding the 23 to T 2023-27, the 2024 operational capital budget draft number 5. So Treasurer Quinlan. We're a fickle bunch. Now we want you up here.
Sorry, I jumped the gun earlier. Seems to be my habit today. There we go. Okay, so here we are again. We are presenting the 5th draft of the budget this evening. So thank you, Chair Jeffrey. We do have a short presentation and you'll see it's up, and I'm just going to ask you to go to the next slide, please, Jenny. So once again, just as a reminder of our tentative timeline, we are here today with our 5th presentation to council of the 2024 budget. I just want public to understand that we have the work starts back in August. This has been it's not a long process. It is a long process. It's a lot of work. And certainly that council isn't just looking at it today and making decisions. There's definitely been some opportunity for both members of the public and council to have a review. So we did have some presentations in September, October, and November. And then of course we had our last presentation just a couple of weeks back. It's still our hope that this evening we'll review the 5th draft with the intention that the bylaw will be brought forward to the first meeting in January for final passing. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to start out with the changes that we made from draft 4 to draft 5, just to remind everybody where we left off. We have removed the AODA position at $97,000. That was a 1-year contract. We reduced the funding for the website down to $60,000. So it actually took $68,000 out of the tax rate for this year. We also reduced the amount for removal of the excess fill at the public works yard. It was previously at, I believe, around 120. It's now in the tax rate at $63,000. The urban forestry coordinator position was added back at $110,000. We did add back the water intake pipe inspection. There's no tax impact on that at $450,000. It's part of the user fee group. And then we added in some amounts for physician recruitment at $14,000 per year. And there's a potential 5-year commitment pending a future agreement with a physician. Next slide, please. So once we incorporate all those changes that we made following our December 8th meeting, that means we're currently at a municipal tax rate increase of 3.47%. And the impact to a median assessed household is $83.61 per year. Next slide, please. So I think what we're hearing a lot about in the media as of late is what a blended tax rate increase. Municipalities often include a total tax rate increase into their documentation when they're releasing to the media so that people can understand what their final tax bill may look like. When we talk about a blended tax rate increase, we're looking at the municipal tax rate increase plus the county's tax rate increase, and then whatever the Board of Education is doing. For this year, the county has, we talked about our tax rate increase at 3.47%. The county has included their tax rate increase. And then the Board of Education at this point has not issued anything, but it's from what our understanding is, it will be a 0% tax rate increase, which would mean a blended rate of a 3.07% tax rate increase for the town of Collingwood. What this means for a median assessed household is about $119 for the year. Next slide, please. I thought, given the information on the blended tax rate increase and understanding our own municipal tax rate increase, that we would take a look at what some of the area municipalities are doing as well. These are proposed municipal tax rate increases, to be really clear. We polled our area municipalities. The treasurers in the county of Simcoe do have regular ongoing discussion, and we share information to try and build each other's budget presentations in some way, so we know what everybody else is doing. At this point, some are still in negotiations with their council, as we are. But if I look at what the total amount, what the average amount is across the areas that have responded, there's a 5.31% tax rate increase for the area. Now, understanding there's two that you'll see are starred there. They have only provided their blended tax rate increase. So staff, meaning myself, have backed into what their proposed municipal tax rate increase is. So again, average at this point at 5.31%. Next slide, please. We thought we would talk through a simple example of how changing tax rates and or using surplus, since we've had a lot of discussion about this, and I think it can be very confusing for members of public, and what that means to taxes in the future and how it impacts our surplus in our base rates. So we're going to start out with a really simple story, and we have a lovely young lady named Jane. Jane cuts lawns in the summer, and she's saving up to buy a car when she graduates. So she thinks she needs about $23,000 to make sure she has a reliable car to float off to university with, and has calculated that she can have her car money saved up over the next 4 years if she works those 500 hours per summer and charges $10 in the first year, $11 an hour in the second year, $12 in the third year, and $13 an hour in the fourth year. Next slide, please. So this table represents Jane's original plan, and you can see that based on her plan, working the $500 an hour and then charging those variable rates from $10 up to $13 an hour in each year, she'll have the $23,000 available to sort of drive off into the sunset of university. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about a couple of scenarios. We're starting out with a first scenario, which is we're calling Nice Jane, or scenario A. And Jane decides that in year 2, she's going to hold her price. So you can see, based on the chart here, that if Jane holds her price in year 2 and continues to increase in years 3 and year 4, she's still short $1,500 from what her original plan was. And the reason for this is because she forgot that even though she thought she might only be short $500 because she didn't grab that additional dollar in her second year, she needed to increase year 3 and year 4 following her normal, or what her projected plan was. So year 3 should look like it was at $12, and year 4 would be then at $13, which means she would only be short the $500. But in this case, she didn't do that. She only increased based on a dollar per year after that. So next slide, please. Sorry. The second scenario we're looking at is Lucky Jane. So Jane finds $500 while she's mowing somebody's grass at the end of the summer, and she gets to keep it. So it's a bit of a surprise to her, and it's a surplus or a windfall. And since many of her clients are still seniors, she's decided to use that windfall to hold her price in second year again at $10 a year, thinking that this $500 will cover that. But again, once she updates her projections, she sees that actually she's going to be short $1,000 because she needed to do those increases in year 3 and year 4. So similar to a tax rate, if we don't increase in the next year as we had planned, you lose that opportunity and you need to increase in the following year at more of a more substantial amount. So in this case, if we thought about and just looked at Jane's scenario, so in year 1, she was at $10. If she wanted to hold that price in year 2 and keep it at $10, the idea is that when she gets to year 3, in order to get closer, or at least as near to her $23,000 amount as she would normally like, she should increase by $12 or to $12, not by $12, to $12. And if she did that, then she would only miss out on that 1 year of about $500. And that would slowly happen. But we all know that going from 10 to 12 means a 20% increase versus going from 10 to 11 and having a 10% increase at each year. So when we skip a year or we get into a situation like Jane did and we think, okay, well, that's great. We've got this extra money. So now we're not going to worry about the next year or this year's increase. We just have to be cognizant of that following the next year, you need to carry forward that original plan of what that increase would be. And of course, the increase would be more because you need to, the difference between the 10 to 12 is much more than 10 from 11. Next slide, please. So how does she fix it? She can still fix it. Jane's got time. So in this third scenario, we're calling Jane reassesses her situation. She realizes that she can use the 500, she can use the windfall to help her hold the price in the second year, but she'll need to increase her prices in year 3 and year 4 based on the original plan. So just what we were talking about, that if she goes ahead and keeps her $10 in year 2 and increases in year 3 and year 4, she's back to her original plan, and she's only really lost, so to speak, the $500 increase in year 2, but regained it by increasing more in years 3 and year 4. So what does that mean? And I think it doesn't necessarily mean that using a surplus is a bad thing, but using a surplus and still making note of the future is what we're really trying to relay here. When we use a surplus to help fund a one-time reprieve, that's all it gives us. It gives us that one time, and you're able to manage it in that year. So if you used it for one-time expenses, like a single one-time contract or similar things that we don't expect to continue into the future, it's okay. And it's understandable because we all know, that there are tough times around for the public as well as for the town. So we just need to make sure that when we do those things, that our base income needs are covered. And that means that they're covered for the future as well. Next slide, please. So we also thought we'd provide some additional details on asset management and how the same type of situation that happened to Jane also applies to us in asset management. So if we go back to what the expectation was for our core assets in 2022 when we presented the asset management plan. Again, this is for core assets only, and we know that the non-core will be coming forward soon. You might recall that our original financing gap, and you can see it, there's a big highlighted there, was $864,000. Now, at the end of 2022, we topped up our reserve account by $327,000 from our year-end surplus, which means at the end of 2022, we left $537,000 in our financing gap. So that's what we have to carry forward into 2023. So similar to Jane's issue, where if she doesn't meet the full commitment in 1 year, it adds to the amounts required in future years and kind of compounds the issue when you get further on in the time frame. Next slide, please. So I know there's a ton of numbers on this slide. So if I can say one thing, the most important piece is the circled red line, because that is the net funding gap for each year that we're using to illustrate or forecast based on some of our discussions so far in the budget season. So again, we started with 10.9 million being our life cycle amount for 2023. And we're adding the unfunded gap, that 537 we talked about on the previous slide, to this amount. So it brings us up to a new total or a new life cycle amount of about 11.5 million. Now, I need to also point out that included in that 11.5 million is the fact that we have inflation. So there is inflation that's been added to that amount for the life cycle amount. And then when we look at below the line, so you can see the lines where it says reserve contributions, OSIF funding, federal gas tax funding, and then the operating budget funding. The reserve contributions reflect what the current or what the amount included in the 2023 budget were. OSIF funding, though, went down. So in 2022, OSIF funding was set at 1.9 million. We received our allocation notice at the end of 2022 while we were preparing 2023 budget that it was going down about $300,000. So there is an additional impact. There's the impact of inflationary, which we all know it's hard to get away from. And then we have the fact that our grants are going down as well. Now, luckily, we got a little bit more from the federal gas tax, and I should be calling it the Community Building Fund, pardon me. But it was only about $60,000 more. So it's not a huge difference. But we'll take it. We'll take whatever they'll give us. So when I look at that first table, the 2023 amount, the funding gap is at 1.9 million or nearly $2 million. Now, when we forecast that or project that into 2024, again, we have inflationary issues, or not issues, we have inflationary amounts that increase that life cycle amount. We carry forward the unfunded gap from 2023, which means our new total life cycle is 13.3 million. Then again, we've increased our reserve contributions based on the current proposed budget. OSIF funding has gone down again. The federal gas tax, or the Canada Community Building Fund, has gone up again a wee bit, another 60,000. And then there's some operating budget funding that we've included for rehab and rehabilitation within our own operating dollars, which now results in a gap of $3.8 million. I think, there are two things that are really important to remember is that this asset management plan will continue to be a live document. It's not something that stays, and the 10 million will stay there forever, because we know that, one, we have this inflation that's happening. Now, hopefully we won't see anything like we did in 2022 again, in terms of inflation. That was the first time we'd seen double digits in inflation in a long, long time. But it's a reality and something we have to deal with. The second part is that our grant funding, as we've talked about before, is not guaranteed. So at the end of the day, what we get is what the province, or the feds for that matter, determine is our amounts. And at this point, OSIF seems to continue to decrease. We're not alone in that. It seems that for the most part, for the, I would say, more urban municipalities, all of our OSIF amounts went down. There are a few exceptions to that rule in the rural municipalities. They have gone up, in fact, a wee bit, but it isn't something that we're the only ones dealing with, I guess, is the bottom line. Next slide, please. So I think it's also really important to say that not all is lost. It's not just the fact that, well, we can't do anything about it. We're never going to work our way out of this hole. It's an impossible dream. And we're not alone. We know we're not alone. The other municipalities are in a very similar situation as to what we are. I think the only difference is that our council has done a very good job in protecting against the future with respect to reserves and having a buildup of that over the last several years. So we've been lucky in that sense, for sure. But when we say not all is lost, that's true. The fact is, it goes back to making little changes each year to help build that base. So similar to what Jane did. Jane went up by $1 every year, which I think for, dollars would be easy if it was only $1 we were looking for. But if you look at the fact that it was only $1, it didn't require a great amount each year for somebody to go back and increase that amount. So I brought in a few examples. And when you look at column 1 in this, again, looking at the circle, that bottom line net funding gap is what's truly important. The first example is us using a portion of the surplus to apply it to the life cycle reserve. And that's at 700,000. I've thrown in 700,000 as a thought experiment. Albeit based on our current surplus allocation policy, that amount would be slightly more than that. So if we said at the end of 2023, we added an additional 700,000 to that surplus, it would mean that the net funding gap at the end of 2024 would reduce from that previous slide. We talked about 3.8 million down to 3.1. So what we carry forward to 2025 would reduce by that much. Now, a second option, so the middle column says we divert some tax dollars. And this is similar to what staff had proposed in the fourth draft budget, where what we had proposed was that we would put in a credit or a reduction in the salary budget to offset where there's natural attrition, and then in turn, apply it to the asset management fund. In this case, although it doesn't reduce the gap by as much, you don't get as much bang for your buck, you do in the future because it builds it in the future. So the real bonus, or the biggest part I would say that you take away from this, is that there's a lasting impact when you make the changes to the tax increase. It's not a lasting impact when you make the change to your surplus. Now, the last column is looking at doing both, because the reality is that's what we have been doing. And that's really where you get a huge change into what that net funding gap is in a carry forward basis. So when we do that, we take the tax rate impact that we had proposed plus the 700,000 in windfall or surplus, as we would call it, and it brings that net funding gap down to 2.8 million from the previous two examples. Is pretty significant. It's a lot less. If we did these small increases every year, and that can include either an increase in tax rate or diversion of tax dollars, although we want to be careful when we talk about diversion of tax dollars in the sense that that could mean reduction in services. We need to have those discussions, but certainly that it could mean that. In this case, it doesn't. It is possible for us to address this gap fully. In fact, we did the numbers where we increase by 2% each year, or divert, depending on how you want to look at it. And if we did that over the next 3 years, our funding gap would reduce to almost nothing. We would be caught up and have a full funding envelope for our core assets only. So I don't want to, get anybody thinking that our non-core would be included in that. But certainly for our core assets, we would have next to nothing in what that funding gap would be. So again, I'll go back to just say that there's two things that we need to be concerned about when we get into the asset management piece and taking care of these assets. The one is inflation, and the fact that it gets more expensive the more we delay the repairs, rehabilitation, or replacement of these assets. And the second part is that we can't fully rely on what the province or the feds are saying they're going to give to us, which we talked about a lot when we first did the asset management plan, understanding that was a previous council, but that was a real concern at the time. And the expectation of not having control of that has come to reality in the sense that OSIF has decreased quite significantly since that time. So I think that wraps up my presentation for this evening, but happy to answer any questions or discussion.
Thank you for that. So because we're in committee of the whole, there's no one in the public and there's no one remotely. Okay, so we can go right to putting the motion on the floor, and then we'll move to council committee comments. So that staff report T2327 2024 operational and capital plan draft number 5 be received. And that a bylaw to approve the 2024 budget as amended, or we won't know till after, so I won't do that wording yet. So, and that a bylaw to approve the 2024 budget be drafted for consideration at the next meeting, which according to my calendar is January 8th, 2024. So can I, and just if there are any amendments today, the draft bylaw will be prepared with those and post the final budget book. So a mover and a seconder for those, Councillor Ring and Councillor Potts. Okay, so Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and thank you, Treasurer, for the presentation. It's always very good to put information out to the public. I did want to clarify one thing, though. Can we bring up the slides and actually bring up the slide that does the comparison of municipal changes? I just wanted to review that with you. I didn't have a chance to further the email question I'd sent in earlier, but I'll just talk about what I've seen with the with my look into it.
Slide 6, Jenny. Sorry. One more. You got it. Thank you.
What I found when I looked into things on the weekend was the new Tecumseh amounts, in my opinion, is showing correctly according to their website and knowing the blended rate. In the case of Wasaga Beach and Tiny, it was just in the paper, I think just at the end of the week, that Wasaga had settled on a budget amount of 5.6, which with the blended amount came out to 5. And they just did that. And then Tiny is targeting now to have a blended rate of 5.
If I may, Chair, Jeffrey. So I confirmed again this morning on Friday, I confirmed with the treasurer of Wasaga Beach that is still a blended rate that they're quoting. They're not releasing their municipal tax rate increase. So I've had to back in on their blended rate, which gets us to the 8%.
8%
municipal tax rate increase. And the same is true. It's 8.2 something actually. And the same is true for Tiny. They're actually meeting today at the same time as we are. So
that's interesting. Okay, I'll stand corrected on that. If I guess I don't understand how Tiny can say they're going for a blended rate of 5, but they're saying that means their tax change is 8% with 3.7, but that's a significant change back. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure it impacts us one way or the other in terms of our decisions today. So,
the next part I wanted to talk about was with regards to the asset management plan shortfall that you've shown. I don't want to get into all the reasons why I think it's there, but the one that stands out to me is the fact that we have chosen to invest in PPNs. And that meant that we probably didn't get in the order of $3 million of interest this year because of that. And I'm not looking to get the calculation exact or anything like that, but all I'm pointing out is that that's something I'm taking into account when I'm thinking about the fact that we've got a surplus and helping the current taxpayer when we have pushed off and deferred the interest that could come. And the reason I'm bringing that one up is because it kind of comes down into the simplified look of the Jane scenario, because we're not looking at the reasons why the surplus that she may have has occurred. In my opinion, it's partly because of the fact that we weren't able to staff fully, which meant that we didn't deliver all the services that we had planned to deliver, and that there was an increase in the tax rate in order to get that surplus. And what I wanted to next look at was your last slide where you talk about the diversion. And the reason I'm doing that is because you've put 0.75% there. And as you know, that threw me because I thought you're referring to the special capital levy, which had been 0.75% when it was originally set. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Yep. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because last year we agreed to the 2.7% increase, technically this year for 2023. It went on to the 0.75, and right now the rate for special capital levy is 0.812 of the mill rate. I'm just verifying that number with you.
For the 2023 rate, you mean, or are you
Yes.
referring to what's in
Yes.
the 2024? I think that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. The reason I'm bringing that up, Treasurer Quinlan, is because I'm going to put a motion on table that I would like to see the surplus put into operational contingency reserve for 2023 and be used to hold the mill rate from changing. But I'm also going to put forward that the special capital tax goes up 1.188. And what that would do with the amount that's already there, the 0.812, is create a special capital levy total of 2%. So I just want to make sure that I've outlined what I'm planning on putting forward and making sure that my math's correct, and what I'm coming through to is that I'd be proposing to increase the capital levy to 2% for 2024.
If I may, Chair Jeffrey,
Yep,
just respond.
please.
So it does depend on how much the tax rate is at for 2024. So, but if we took 2% of the current proposed tax rate, which includes the 3.47 tax rate increase, it would bring you to that. I think you had suggested another 500,000 under the special capital levy, and that's true. It's like 490 or something along those lines. But yes, that is correct. So, again, if it's a function of that tax rate, then it depends on what the tax rate ends up at.
And sorry, just follow up. Mm-hmm. And as you said, it's going to be approximately 500. I guess that's what I would see being achieved out of that. And doing exactly what you talked about, that 500 will be there in perpetuity. It's being gathered every year.
Correct.
And so I'm trying to make sure that I've explained myself for when I put the amendment on the table after hearing everybody else as well. And those were my areas of question for right now. Thank you.
All right. So no amendment at this time. We'll just see if there's do any other members of the committee have questions with respect to the presentation or the motion? All right. Yep. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I had taken a kind of a thought experiment that I ran by you last week. I think it would have us end up in the same place ultimately, but a different approach. So my thought was, to start with, that we had agreed to a target increase of the tax rate of 2%. Correct. And we're sitting right now at, rounded off, 3.5%. So, and in addition, we are looking at a surplus coming forward of final number to be determined, but somewhere over $1 million at this point in time. So my thinking was, what if we use a portion of the surplus to get ourselves back down to our planned increase of 2%? And the list that you and I discussed, and I realize now these are all one-times. It would be the top-up funding for affordable housing. It would be fully fund the website, so put money back into the website. We'd reduce the budget by half, put it back in. That's a one-time. Once the website's done, it's done. The AODA position, which is a contract. It's a one-year contract. It's a one-time. And if I can just add a little editorial to that, I really get very nervous about canceling that contract anyway, seeing as we're getting so close to 2025 right now, and the need for us to be fully compliant by then. Business Accelerator, fully fund the business Accelerator, which is a one-time as far as we know. And then the excess fill work that we had cut back, put that back in. Again, a one-time. So all of that, now this may change a little bit depending upon what the final surplus is, but we could get ourselves, even with just those items, we could get ourselves down to 2%. that would leave us with the other half or more of the surplus, because this amounts to about $550,000. The 5 items that I just went through, it's about $550,000. So that would leave a balance of 1.1, 1.2, whatever the final number, going into the asset management. So it would not set up an expectation that we have a 0 increase this year and then we have to catch up in future years, but it does add to our asset management plan to a degree that we can get ourselves back on track, as you have identified here. So I'm not an accountant or a finance person or even a numbers person, but this was an idea that I had. And so I guess now we can, between ourselves and you and the CAO, we can maybe figure out what the best approach, because ultimately they're all going to get us to the same place, I think.
So I just need to manage this a little bit.
Sure.
So I think we're going to have to move to very specific amendments so that we can consider them. And I will start with the deputy mayor because he brought his up first, and then I will move to your amendments depending on how that amendment goes.
Okay.
And the treasurer's going to do a little bit of clarification, and then I have comments I wish to make as last speaking before we go to amendments.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Yeah, just to clarify, the changes that Councillor Doherty has proposed, it's correct. Those are one-time expenditures, which is why we talked about, when you cover those, it doesn't, hurt as much as when you would use it to reduce your tax rate. It doesn't bring us quite down to 2. It's 2.25 that we end up at. So I just wanted to be very clear that we're not down to 2, but we're pretty darn close.
Correct. And I was using round numbers because, again, I am not a finance person.
No, I totally get it.
Person.
That's totally fine.
I don't know. These numbers are pretty big. Okay, so and then my comment just in terms of the slide presentation, really, I think my understanding all along, I understood very clearly what the treasurer was saying. My problem has been that it's being done within the context of the base budget. My interest is getting these finally separated out and getting the public committed to that special capital levy at a level that we actually need, rather than relying on the fluctuations within a base budget. So if I understand what the amendment coming is that we don't move the mill rate, which means status quo with the base budget, but we have the amount going into the rate protection reserve, plus we get the capital levy up to where we get you the money you need going into that reserve, then we've accomplished all things. And I think finally going forward, we could do a much better job at budgeting on base budget, because we're actually comparing operating base budgets without the fluctuation of this whole reserve situation in it. So that's kind of where I'm heading. So we're going to start with amendments now. So crystal clear, because this is complicated.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And sorry.
You can speak to the amendment.
Just before we get into the motion, I wanted to understand, or maybe I can ask it in the context of the motion. That's okay.
That's okay. All right. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to be short, hoping that helps it be clear. I would like to see the 2023 surplus allocated fully to operating contingency reserve to be used for rate mitigation purposes in 2024. So that's one part.
Can you just reword that?
Okay, sorry.
Surplus be allocated.
Fully allocated to operating contingency reserve. And the reason I need to make that motion, of course, is that's different than what the current policy would, how it would apply. So it's directing that it be fully applied to OCR, and it would be used for the rate mitigation purposes in 2024 of taking the acceptable budget with a 3.47% impact and bringing it down by taking out of the operating contingency reserve down so that the mill rate would not be impacted.
So if I may just suggest a little bit easier wording. So essentially tax rate increase on the municipal operating side at 0% using the year-end surplus to offset that. So we don't really need to say to put it in the contingency reserve or anything like that. That essentially the surplus from 2023 be applied in full to offset any tax rate increase to 2024 is what the deputy mayor, I believe, is proposing.
So what she said. And then the second part of it is
also the clerk's not got it yet. So
sorry, the clerk's just make sure she got it.
All right. So that got flipped in two different components too. So I'm saying now that the surplus be fully allocated to the
municipal tax rate increase portion of the 2024 budget. And maybe you could just add IE in brackets so that the tax rate increase is equal to 0%.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that, Treasurer?
I am. Thank you.
Yes. So the second part is in regards to the special capital levy. And earlier I talked about 1.188, but I'm going to actually propose 1.688, which will increase it from the current 0.812 to equal 2.5% as a special capital levy in 2024. And the reason I do that is because the 500 came from the one number, but if we put the extra 0.5% on here, that's the 700,000 that you've indicated in your slides. So I think that's more appropriate in my opinion.
All right. So before we finalize that, we'll ask the treasurer.
If I think probably what's easier to do is don't include the increase, just say that it's 2.5% of the general tax rate. And then what the increase is doesn't really matter, right?
Okay, what she said.
That's probably easier, a little bit clearer for everybody. So what the deputy mayor is proposing is first that the 2024 tax rate increase, so the 3.47.
That part.
Okay. Yeah. The second part is that the special capital levy, which is around 0.8% of our municipal tax rate, will be increased to 2.5% of our general tax rate.
Which will generate,
I'll do the numbers here really quick, but
I think that's important.
Chair, may I just add, that means that there's a approximately 7% change in taxes for our taxpayers for 2024.
Yeah, the net result. It's just in a different way. All right, CEO Skinner first, and then Councillor Baines has a question.
I didn't think I quite finished.
I didn't even know you actually started. Okay.
Okay. I just wanted a clarification on exactly what the proposal is. So, so at 2.5% of the general tax rate, is that, as the deputy mayor said, a 1.7% tax increase for 2024?
I think we had the calculation per household somewhere, what that results in. The percentage changes from 0.1 or 0.81.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
It's different. Sorry.
I want to know,
Madam Chair.
Thank you. What I would like to know is what percent tax rate increase does this
represent?
Yeah,
okay,
that's all.
Okay, so I'm just doing the numbers here. So it does involve a little bit more calculation because of the fact that we're talking about the current tax rate. 2.5% of that tax rate will now be the special capital levy. So how that impacts the homeowner will be, and I'm just give me 2 seconds here as I calculate this out. So that will now be 2.5%.
Okay. Councillor Baines, do you want to ask your question while the
Thank you. Chair Jeffrey, just a question of clarification to the Deputy Mayor. The special capital levy is another word for the AMP payment. What is it?
Deputy Mayor, do you want to respond, or the Treasurer?
Since Treasurer's working away there, the special capital levy puts approximately $330,000 a year into the life cycle reserve, which is the reserve that's created for the AMP.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions while we're waiting for the calculations? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And actually through you to the Deputy Mayor. So are you proposing that the special capital levy would increase permanently to 2.5%?
Yes, that's a set rate and would only be changed by motion in some way.
Okay.
Oh, what? Yeah, it just gets set at 3.5 going forward, and it would have to be changed. It's shown separately on the tax bill.
Just double checking my math here.
Yeah, it's okay. Did you got everything answered? Okay.
If I can I make a comment, Chair? Just
as long as it's on this specific.
It is. Yeah, it is. So if I'm just gonna wrap my little brain around the implications of that. The implications to me are that next year we don't have any play in our operating, in our base budget, which is primarily operating. We don't have any play in it because we've taken or potentially, I should say, because if we don't have a surplus next year, then that 2.5% is fixed. It may actually, if we're trying to keep our tax rate down to some, reasonable target for residents next year, it could actually put us in a situation where we have to reduce services because we're committed to a 2.5%.
Yeah, I thought you said a comment, not a question. I was allowing a comment because the Treasurer was doing calculations, and I don't want her trying to think about an answer to another question while she's doing her calculations.
Okay, I'll try to hold that thought.
Thank you. Councillor Baines?
To the Deputy Mayor, sorry, one more clarification question. You had said if your proposal proceeds, then it would be, did you say 384,000 payment to the AMP versus what the Treasurer's other suggested solution was, and what its payment will be under her proposal? I'm just trying to look at the two different figures so that I'm cognizant of that. Thank you.
When I considered the 1.688 impact, it's approximately $700,000. And the Treasurer can certainly correct me if I'm incorrect on that. So currently, the special capital levy is bringing in just over $300,000. And with this change in 2024, it'll bring in just over $1 million.
All right. Treasurer Quinlan, did you have a response?
Thank you for that time. My apologies. I just wanted to double check my math there. But yeah, so increasing the special capital levy to 2.5% of the general tax rate would mean a 1.7% tax rate increase for our homeowners. And that means that there's an additional $730,000 in special capital levy to be collected this year.
And just before the mayor, if I could just clarify then too, assuming that our surplus estimate for 2023 is conservative, given I know that you operate very well that way, that there may be some other surplus that will go through into the life recycle during or through our normal surplus policy, correct?
Madam Chair, thank you. It is possible, but not guaranteed at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. No, we understand that. All right. Sorry. Maria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one other clarification question. At a 0% tax increase on the operating side, or I'm not sure. Well, let me just go back. For the first part of the motion, what impact does this have on the items in our budget? I know the difference. I can hear it could be a 1.7% increase or a 2.2 if we went with the Doherty specific examples. But I just don't understand if our tax rate increase is equal to 0. What are we taking out of our budget? That's what I want to understand. Yeah.
So if you just give me a second, I'll pull up all of the items here. Just give me 2 seconds. But essentially that means we're not covering any of the, we would be covering any of the merit and COLA, the contract things that are included in the budget through the year-end surplus. So understanding that in this case, when we go into 2025, people move through the grid, union contracts, cost of living adjustments, we would be doubling that impact because we need to worry about 2024s and 2025s. Any of the other sort of one-time items that Councillor Doherty has mentioned were also the increases between the two rates also included the step up in the tax rate for, and this is going to get really confusing and convoluted. There are amounts in the municipal levy, the general municipal levy, that go directly to capital as well, support the capital program that we do, and also is a general allocation to asset management too. So any increase for that would be taken away. Again, it would be funded from what the year-end surplus in this year. But when we get into next year, and if we want to increase that again, that base isn't there. So just give me 2 seconds to open up the file, and I can tell you sort of a good sort of idea of what items we're talking about here.
When you say the base isn't there, is this the Jane example?
This is the Jane example.
Okay,
yeah, it's exactly the Jane example. We use the windfall, right, to support ourselves, which is in council's purview to do so. Essentially, what changes between the 2023 municipal levy and the 2024 levy is about it's about $2.2 million. Within that 2.2 million, there's also growth that we take into consideration. So we earn 2% more off the fact that we've got more homes assessed. So with that comes out of the 2.2 million. But any other changes that would have applied would be funded through that surplus. And I'm not sure, to be honest, we'd need some time to go back and say, does the 1.4 surplus fully fund all of those things? I'm not sure of that answer today.
So my last clarification question is, I'm going to say that I'll say the difference between what Councillor Doherty put forward and Councillor and Deputy Mayor put forward are similar. not, in tax rate increase. But what I want to understand is, because I know we're going to get into the details of all these, is picking one over the other give us a different perspective, like on the base difference, like, because I just don't, I want to make sure that I have a really good understanding of what I'm voting about and what the impact is going forward. Yeah.
So yes, it does make a big difference. So the general tax increase being at zero means all of the normal operating things, anything for inflationary, including cost of living, union contracts, those types of things, insurance increases, gas, utilities, all of those things would be to try and fund that through the $1.3 odd million that we have in a surplus. I can't guarantee you that we would be able to fund all of those things without having to dip into reserves. I'd have to look through the numbers to see exactly what we would need to maintain that 0% rate at this moment. But in 2025, when you're trying to develop 2025's amount, of course, the cost of living adjustment, let's say, for example, for staff, is included right now at 2.75%. When we go into 2025, now what we're trying to incorporate into the base is the 2.75% plus whatever cost of living adjustment would happen in 2024 or union contract or whatever that might be. Whatever those increases are, we would have to take 2 years now to get that tax rate increase in.
Okay, just one follow-up on that exact point. So that if the base isn't there and there's so that means in 2025, the increase may have to be, I'll just say 4% or whatever for that component to pick it up.
If I may, Madam Chair, that's correct. So let's say, for example, you were going forward with a 2% increase in 2024. You'd have to get that 2% increase into 2025 plus whatever was outstanding from 2024. So now you're at 4%.
And the only way it would work then, Madam Chair, if I understand, is as long as we had that surplus every year of 1.3 million, we could do it. But if we don't, then we're into these double digit or whatever they are, double year increases. Okay, I get that. Thank you for that. Thanks.
CEO Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. Just from a strictly staff perspective and looking at the comparisons of the two proposals that have been outlined, and I know that Deputy Mayor Fryer's proposals on the table at the moment, or we're discussing that one at the moment. The idea of increasing the capital levy upfront and ensuring that a certain amount is brought forward for those asset management purposes in the future is inherently an intelligent one for council. It does say that, this amount of funding, which is more realistic on an ongoing basis, will be put in the places that you need it. And I know there was a comment, it might have been from Councillor Jeffrey in the previous meeting, perhaps Councillor Ring, I can't recall, shouldn't attribute it. But it was, we always tend to have these surpluses. And ideally, what we would like for council is that exactly upfront where your money's going, and that's where you want it to go, and that from the beginning of the year. What I see myself as a difference between the two proposals that have been articulated by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Doherty is that the Deputy Mayor's brings us to around a 1.8% change totally for this year. And what that does is inherently good, but we do strand a little bit of work that we would have to do a double step for next year. Not all the work. Certainly there is almost 2% in that budget already. Some of the work that may be operational in nature but is ongoing. We possibly would need to do a double step next year, pending some analysis. Councillor Doherty's option puts a little bit a similar amount in assets, not on an ongoing basis, increases the tax rate somewhat for that is what would be experienced in 2024 for our residents, but does include a number of services that some on council see as important. So I would see this is not a one or the other, that you can in a base way provide more funding to assets through the capital asset levy and decide on some or all other investments with your surplus. Now, you can't do all of both necessarily, but there are options that break down between, we can do portions of the two blended together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So just for the clerk, you made an amendment, or we kind of were wording them and getting the information for them. So, right. But I didn't actually, my question is, I was going to second it. So I don't think we had a seconder yet is where I was going. Okay. So I will second that. All right. So now we have a mover and a seconder, and the amendment is, are as the wording here. I don't think they can be severed. I think they need to be voted on together because they work together. Correct? All right. Do you want to speak again last, or can I go to Councillor? I got some other.
That's what I was just going to ask.
You want to go last?
I didn't know if you were going to speak, and then as you said, Councillor Perry's. Yep. Okay.
Yep. And I'm seeing Councillor Perry's hand up there. If I've been bad, just yell at me, Councillor Perry, and let me know. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say I'm in support of this amendment because I think it's more transparent for all of our citizens. And I think that's a good thing, actually. So that's why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I think I already said my comments before. Mayor Hamlin?
I do like the idea of a capital levy that's more accurately reflecting what we need going forward. So my question is this the right amount to the treasurer? Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair. So may I ask for a little bit of clarification? Do you mean, is this the right amount for the special capital levy? And with respect to having 0% tax rate increase in the general?
No, I just wanted my question solely on the special capital levy. Like if we were going to be a responsible municipal government and not have huge gaps in our core assets funding, what would our capital levy be? Is that too hard for you standing there?
Well, I think yes and no. I think the 2.5% is much better than what we have today, albeit understanding that we do have some sitting in our municipal general tax rate that goes towards funding asset management as well. I think the special capital levy was designed back in the day to try and start sort of a small little base, and it did that job. But there was still always this amount in the municipal operating side that covered the life cycle works as well. I think 2.5% is a great start. I couldn't tell you that that's the right amount. It certainly puts a big dent. Recognizing that going in at 0% on the general tax rate side creates this compounding issue of, can we maintain that going forward? And I think if you go back to the presentation, when we look at previous years, back in 2019, 2020, and 2021, we did in fact reduce our tax rate. So part of what I see, what we're doing now, is getting caught back up. There's a bit of there are some things that we just can't control as a municipality. And some of those things are just like any other business in terms of inflation. We have contracts that we have to maintain. In fact, we just negotiated a recent one. We have 2 other union contracts on top of that. We have staff that are moving through the P50 grid that we've passed as a policy. And of course, getting cost of living adjustments there. Insurance is a big thing for us. It continues to climb. So I would say, yes, I love the idea of the special capital levy going up. I do. I don't think it's wise from a staff perspective for it to be on the side of the the general amount. I don't think that is the wisest situation, in the sense that all of these things have gone up, and So you're just going to be like Jane. We're going to end up in that position in 2025, where now we have to make up for 2 years worth of inflationary problems. So that's where it becomes very difficult from my perspective.
So, Madam Chair, this is the problem I'm having. You know, I'd like to be a hero as much as anybody and say, hey, the whole world's going up. Even town of Blue Mountain's looking at a 10% tax increase. We can do 0. We're special. And I know there's a way we can get there. The deputy mayors, you know, worked overtime to say, you know, let's just do it this way. But I don't have a good sense right now. And I'm feeling so uneasy about, you know, yeah, let's be heroes and there'll be no cost to us. So I'm having trouble. Like, I don't understand. I understand the cost of 1.7 instead of 3.5. And I understand the difference between 1.7 and 2.2. But or maybe I don't. Maybe that's my next question. So the difference between what Councillor Doherty was suggesting was to keep more in capital than we had proposed, if I understood it, but also to maintain some of the operating increase. Can you comment on that? Because I know if we just vote on this and don't explore the other, I feel like I'm missing something.
Okay, Madam Chair, if I can direct. So Councillor Doherty's position is that, or motion was that the general municipal tax rate would go up by basically 2.2%. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but she wasn't proposing any change in the special capital levy, but using whatever remainder of the surplus that's available for 2023 and putting that into the life cycle reserve, understanding that the one time doesn't provide, you know, an ongoing benefit. And I'm not sure that the deputy mayor would agree with this, but if you combined the two, let's say, for example, and we said that the general tax rate stayed at 2.2% increase, and then maybe you adjust the municipal or the special capital levy portion to try and keep you to some number, then that, again, the two combined would provide you with a lasting effect.
And through you, Madam Chair, like, I guess, what would be that number on the capital levy side that would give us a lasting impact? I mean, do we know? Because I'll just say, the other thing that's going through my mind, Madam Chair, is, you know, I feel like we're sort of backing into what our capital levy should be, you know, by guessing. And I know there hasn't been an appetite, let's just say at previous councils, to do a capital levy that, you know, fully addresses the situation. But if this is what this motion is, getting us closer to fully addressing it, like, shouldn't we just be like, okay, let's address it? And let's, you know, if we have the data in front of us, or should we be asking staff to come back, you know, for 2025 with the full, like, what do we need to do? And we just deal with, you know, the surplus the way we normally, you know, do it.
You know,
Yeah.
and
Is that too many questions?
Well, my head's spinning, but the treasurer looks like she's got it under control.
Okay.
But I will tell you that multi-year forecasting was in our strategic plan in 2015, and we're still not there yet. And that's the kind of information that would really help us in discussions like this. I still gonna have people who haven't spoken yet another opportunity. And so, Treasurer Quinlan, do you still remember the mayor's questions?
I do.
Sorry,
Madam Chair, if I may. So a couple of things. I think, you know, if we really wanted to say what gets us there, the answer is, well, easy in the sense that we know the answer to that. If we looked at what 2024's gap would be, it's $3.8 million, which we know is, you know, a huge amount in tax rate change. But these little changes, and what the deputy mayor is proposing is, you know, there's not a huge impact on the individual household, but it does provide little changes that make a big difference in the years going ahead. So what we did the math on and doing some future forecasting, because I do agree that we need to get to a place where we're doing sort of a 2, 3, maybe even 4 year outlook. If we increased Now, again, this isn't just the special capital levy, but if we increase the tax rate by 2% each year, just for asset management, in 3 to 4 years, we would close that funding gap. We would close it. So I don't think although I know it's a big number, so it's difficult in that sense. We know what the number is. We know what the gap is. And that takes into consideration what's included in the municipal general levy that's already assigned to capital as well.
So just as a follow-up on that, so if, just for argument's sake, we said today that we want a tax increase where 2% of it went to capital, because I see municipalities doing this, dividing it out, operating in capital. Then on the operating side, you said there's some capital items in there. Would they come out?
If I may, Madam Chair, that would be a question for council, to be honest. So I think at the end of the day, the way we do it here is that special capital levy was a bit of a top up. They kept the general rate inclusive. It's not the only way, but it is the way that has been, and I've just carried forward, which happy to look at that for next year. But it is the way that we've established it for the town of Collingwood. So and I can pull up the amounts that are sitting in, because I think I answered one of those questions today too. The amounts that are included in the general tax rate are 2.3 million plus whatever capital works we're funding at 750,000. So if you took the 2.2 plus, we'd be at nearly 3 million is included in your general tax rate already. And then this current special capital levy prior to Deputy Mayor's, the Deputy Mayor's proposal is currently sitting in our system at $330,000. So between the two, there's about $3.2 million of our 40 million that we collect that is going towards assets. But we have $667 million worth of replacement value in our assets today for core assets only. So if you consider it from that perspective, although 3 million seems like a lot, we knew that this financing gap or this funding gap would be there based on our asset management plan from a year ago.
Because I think for me, Madam Chair, like it does strike me, I would love to see, and I know it's not for 24, but now that we're having this discussion, I would love to see a breakdown, what's operating and what's capital, and then have a capital levy that addresses capital and not have some of it in the operating budget and then trying to figure all this out, because it's not as clear as it could be, right? And I know you've inherited this system and you're making it better inch by inch. I have noticed. But I guess the next leap is to do that. And I do appreciate the Deputy Mayor's approach, because he's trying to get us to a more capital-based budget, but it doesn't totally go there because we don't really know what we're dealing with. So I have to say I'm going to vote against his motion. I'm more in favor of sticking with what we're doing now, so that we, and come down. I know we're at 3.5%, but if you blend in the county and the school boards, we're going to be at a 3% tax increase right now. But if we implement some of the things Councillor Dory's talking about, we could still have a large amount going to capital out of the surplus, get some of the things back into our budget. And I have another item I wanted to add while I'm thinking of it, and still be at a really low tax increase for this year of 2.2%. So, and the item, if I can say.
No. Let's just talk about the amendment specifically.
Okay, the amendment.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, I'll come back for the next.
All right.
Thanks.
So I'm going to ask people who have not had an opportunity to speak yet to give them the opportunity. Also, staff have pointed out that they do believe, in theory, it would be possible to sever these, to consider them separately. But I wanted to check with the mover. Any member of council can ask for it to be severed, and I can't decline. So, but they've pointed out to me procedurally that these can be, they've reversed the order in which, if you prefer it still come in the other order in which you presented it, we will go back to the order that you presented. But if someone requests it to be severed, we will do that.
I'll just clarify that I would want them combined. And if they got severed, I'd vote against both of them.
Okay, so then all right. Before we do that, Councillor Ring, Councillor Potts, do you wish an opportunity to add anything here? Councillor Ring and Councillor Perry, I'm not ignoring you.
Just a quick question and more for clarification. I like the idea of a specific percentage going into the special capital levy as well, but where we got a figure here 2.5, if after a year or so it can be adjusted. I mean, it can still be amended at another budget time, could it not? I know if everything's going well there, we're saying that's going to be automatic every year, but it has the opportunity to be amended.
And it's not fixed. Yeah.
It's not fixed. Thank you.
You're correct. All right. All right. And so one more go around. Councillor Doherty, specific to this amendment.
Well, actually, it was in response to a remark that the mayor made, and it was referenced to my proposed allocation. So
I know, I let her go a little bit.
I'll just hold it for now.
Hold that thought. I don't know how many I have you holding, but hold that thought. All right, Councillor Baines.
Thank you for clarification, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I'm prepared to support the first part, if you go back up, amendment, the 2.5. I'm not in favor of the second portion, and the mover, the deputy mayor, has said he doesn't want them severed. So I'm in a pickle here. So,
okay. Yep.
I think if I may, Madam Chair, just in fairness to the deputy mayor's motion, I think what he intended was he's increased it to the 2.5% based on it being a 0% tax rate increase. So I think you'd almost have to do the other first, or the 2.5 may be changed or altered. Is that maybe in your intention?
Yeah. Is there a balance between them that we can take a little from one to give to the other, but not do wholly, Councillor Doherty, or wholly this one? Is there somewhere where we can do 2.2 and 1 or something? I don't know.
My motion is as stands, and that's what I'll stand behind. And I hope that I can explain a little bit more why I think it's viable. But I'll say my comments for the end.
Okay, so I think we're at the final comments because I'm going to need to break here soon. Or on this amendment, I think I said my comments. I kind of hear what our colleagues are saying, but my comment would be with respect to this is that we are finally getting it to a transparent point where people understand we need help with the funding for the special capital levy for that AMP program. And that's where we really need it. And as I said before, it forces us into the base budget where, yes, we have to be a lot more savvy and there's not as much flex and those kinds of things. But so for now, I support this because it hits all those markers for me. And so I will turn it over then to the deputy mayor for the final comments, but I do have a question procedure, but you go talk and I'll talk to the clerk.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll start out with a question to the treasurer. In looking at the principal protected notes chart that you gave us, in 2025, there's callable option on two of the items, totaling 18 million. And when that happens, it refers to auto call option over on the one side of the chart. So if we call either of those, is what we get not necessarily what the index is doing, but we get the 20% that is shown as an auto call coupon?
if I may.
Yeah.
So it does, and I'm just going to pull it up here so that I'm looking at the same thing that you are, but it does depend on the agreement for that particular instrument. So I'm just, give me 2 seconds here so I can look at it. All right. There we go. Pardon me.
No problem.
So there's two here, or pardon me, there's only one right now, I believe, two that are callable in 2025.
Yeah.
So what that means is essentially is if the index is greater than when we booked it at that time, then we automatically receive, these two are participation amounts. So on the one PPN, it's 70% of whatever the index has gone up by. On the other, it's 100% of whatever the index has gone up by. The second one that has the auto call coupon also has the 19% in addition to that. Pardon me. Not in addition to that. The auto call coupon is the 19% on the second one that could be called. So we would get that 19%. The other one is just participation. Pardon me. I didn't go all the way over to the right.
Sorry.
So we would get 70% of whatever the index has gone up on one. And on the other, it's based on an auto call coupon of 19%.
So the printout I'm looking at shows $10 million at the top. That is first call maturity 2025 04 017.
Yep.
So
and that's the auto
call
call
you just
coupon.
talked about, that we would get 19%.
That's correct.
The other one I'm looking at is the $8 million near the bottom that says 2025 06 28. And I don't see a reference to 70%.
2025 06 28.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, can you just make the leap for me where this is impacting? Just tell me why you want this information in terms of what
is because when I considered everything that everybody's talked about the fact that you are going to have to absorb that in 2024 or 25, I knew some things were coming due.
Right.
I knew that they were going to get to the other side, and I don't think we need to get into the detail of it. I think by you verifying that the 10 million will do that, and the 8 million I believe will do the same for 20%. That's 18 million coming in at about 20%. It's things like that I looked at. I didn't want to muddy the waters anymore by getting into some of the aspects of the interest investment income that situation that we have, but I do intend on bringing that forward more in the new year. So I've definitely taken into account that we need to look at the fact that this is going to impact us in 2025 because we're not getting that into the mill rate. And I believe that with certain things done, we can be in good shape with that. I also believe it's been identified in the correspondence back and forth with the treasurer that the 1.384 million that's estimated for 2023 is a conservative estimate, and I think the chair's question to the treasurer confirmed that. So I've taken that all into account to try to make sure that we're not going to be in the situation where we've got to do something significant in 2025 unless something happens to us in 2024 that we're not expecting. And right now, the assumptions that are being made is that interest rates, hopefully inflation doesn't rear its head again. Interest rates should slowly start to come down, and hopefully inflation will as well and hold. So I'm taking that all into account. I set rates for 30 years. I wouldn't put this forward if I didn't think 2025 we'd be okay without a substantial change. I'm not going to guarantee that we wouldn't have to do a 0.5%, or it's just same as the treasurer. She can't give us firm figures on some of these things because we just don't know enough. But I am taking it into account, and it identifies our major issue, which is multi-year budgeting, and we've talked about that already. Yep. And that's the other thing I'd like to get into a little bit stronger next year.
Okay. So your point of that was we have options. He was the last speaker. So,
but Madam Chair, I just want to explain what it is. I think when he asked our treasurer a question about the PPNs, what I heard was his summary is quite different from what she said. So I just wanted to clarify that.
No, well, I didn't want to go into details, but what I'm hearing from both of them is that we do have options in 2025, depending on what happens with those. It's not just all or nothing.
Well, I think it is all or nothing. Okay. That's why that's why I wanted a clarification.
Treasurer Quinlan, can you help the mayor, please?
So I think it is difficult for me to say what will come in for interest because, again, we're waiting on what the bank index does. If the one of them is an auto call option, which provides that 19%, so there would be an influx of interest payments for that particular one. The other is participation at maturity, which means you get 70% of whatever that index change has been. Again, I wish I knew what those rates will be. And we don't know that the auto call option will be pulled. If the index hasn't gone up, then you don't get it. And you wait till full maturity, which is 2028. So there's some risk there too. I wish I could say it's not because we don't know. Sorry, pardon me.
No, please let the speaker finish.
Sorry.
Please.
Pardon me.
No, you keep going. Finish your thought.
I just want to clarify. It's not that we don't know what we have in investments or we don't understand how the investments work, but rather the indexes are based on, regular stock changes. And at this point, I can't tell you for sure that funding will come in. We're not like guaranteed income certificates. It's different. It's a different option.
Okay. Mayor Hamlin, you need more clarity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to reflect what I think I'm hearing, which is in 2025 for either of these, if the stock market for the bank stocks don't go up from the point and time when these PPNs were bought, we get zero interest. I just want to know if that's correct.
The principal's guaranteed, but zero
interest. So why I'm clarifying that is the deputy mayor said there's lots of money coming in 2025 because of these. But I just wanted to clarify, right now, the bank stock indexes are lower than when the town bought them. So I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yep, you've got it. Okay, last one, and then I'm calling the vote.
The ones that are callable will have the coupon. And there's a $10 million one and an $8 million one. Yes, there's the other one for 10 million that we may not call, right? But if we call those other two, we would collect 20% on them.
Sorry, to be clear, there are only two that have a first one matures in 2025. One is a auto call option, which is the 10 million. That if the $10 million PPN is auto called in 2025, which means the bank index has gone up, we will receive that auto call coupon. The other is participation. It's a participation note, and we receive a return on capital. So I think that's maybe where the confusion's lying. We get 5% back each year on the other that does mature in 2025. 5% of the principal portion. That's the return that we receive, but it's not a callable. And then we have a GIC that does come due in 2025 as well, which is at a rate of interest of 2.91. So that's another.
Okay. All right.
If I may, I'm looking at the BNS Canadian Bank PPN dated. It was taken out on June the 28th, 2021. And it has a first call maturity of 2025-06-28, and it's for $8 million. And it has a coupon of 20%.
Pardon me, I'm looking at only my National Bank ones. I'm sorry, that was the last chart I sent you. My apologies. My apologies.
Okay.
The only thing I would say is that if the index is below, we don't call them, obviously, but we don't lose that interest of 19 and 20%. And I actually believe the index, with the improvements over the last 2 weeks, from what it was in 21-06, I'd have to look at it again, and I don't have it right in front of me, but I do believe there's that index is certainly in the range. And if it continues to climb like it has for 2x, I agree. We're in the stock market with this, so to speak. Would I have put ourselves in that in the first place? No. But all I'm saying is there is the possibility that could come in, and I'm pointing that out as one of the examples that I've used, and I've got there's a number of examples.
Okay. All right. So I think we all understand the gist of this, and I'm going to read it again. I don't want staff to be the last speaker. That the 2023 surplus be fully allocated to the municipal tax rate portion of the 2024 budget, i.e. such the tax rate increase is equal to 0%, that a total 2.5% special capital levy be imposed each year going forward, such that the tax rate increase will be equal to 1.7% in 2024. It's moved and seconded. I'm going to call the vote. Is it a clarification?
No.
Okay. I'm calling the vote. All those in favor? Councillor Perry. Councillor Perry, yes. And opposed? And that amendment carries. All right. Any other amendments over and above that? Mayor Hamlin. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. So there was a second part of my motion, which would actually be a notice of motion. And that would be that.
We'll do that later. Then. We aren't going to do notices in the middle of this because I've got a motion on the floor.
I'm just telling you that I was going to have a notice of motion, but I'll shut up and I'll wait until then.
When I say notice of motion, boy, I've got making you a list. Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first question is of the treasurer through you. So of the 14,000 or for the physician recruitment, is that still in the budget? Yes, but it's just being paid for to the surplus. Is that my understanding? Okay,
correct.
So
the treasurer wishes to
just for clarification, provided that. So right now, all of those things are in and that's what equates to the 3.47%. I think what the deputy mayor was proposing is that we still do those things. We just pay for them out of the surplus. So provided that is clear. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I wanted to raise was, what if we have another 2 or 3 doctors who, fall from the sky during 2024, and whether we should have more $14,000 annually set aside for them. We are short for our community 8 general family practitioners right now. And in the next few years, we're going to have another 5 or 6 retire. So we are really short family doctors for our community. We haven't, as council might recall, we haven't been able to attract family doctors because we had a cap. I call it a cap on being able to have family doctors here. And it was the work on the committee I was vice chair of last term where we figured out what the cap was. We worked with people at the Ministry of Health and got the cap lifted so doctors could come here. So now we're in the enviable position where doctors can come. Okay, so we've had one approach us, but you know, of course, they're looking at Wasaga Beach and all these other communities that offer money. And so our budget discussion last time was to the effect of putting 14,000 a year potentially to offer some funds for a family physician if they were to come. So what I'm now saying is, well, you know, should we be putting aside, I asked myself, well, what if we had 2 or 3? If there's any way we could start to whittle down the 8, we would be, you know, well to do, because I worry our community that some of the families I talk to, you know, they don't have a regular GP. Every time, you know, someone in their family's sick, they're going to a walk-in clinic or they're driving to Barrie to the emergency. They don't have any continual care and follow-up. And other people are driving like hours to get to their GP, which they can't do when they're sick.
Okay.
So what I want to say is that I'd like to add in that another 2 doctors be accounted for. So that would be another 14,000 times 2 be added to the budget for 2024.
Is there any kind of contingency in our next year that could absorb something if that situation came up? And then I'll look for a seconder.
I mean, you could always say that it would be funded by reserves, but we don't necessarily have a contingency available to cover it.
Okay. Is there a seconder for adding more money for more doctors? Councillor Baines. All right. Any further discussion? All right. All those, quick. So we've got 7 minutes for this.
I won't support this. Okay. I respectfully won't support it because I don't want to start down that road.
Okay. Not seeing anybody else. All those in favor of the amendment? Councillor Baines. All right. And those opposed? And that is defeated. All right. Any other amendments to it? I think we'll call the motion on the budget. So the wording for part 2 will now be, and that a bylaw to approve the 2024 budget as amended be drafted for consideration at the next meeting. And of course, we're receiving it in the first part. Anybody need those severed to receive and then to? Nope. Seeing none. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. So we are going to recess now for 30 minutes. We'll see you back here at 5 to 6.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Good to go.
We are good.
Okay. So welcome back, everyone. This is the continuation of the Committee of the Whole meeting. And so we're going to move to item 17.1.1, which is the beginning of our staff reports for this evening. And I'm going to turn this over to Executive Director Peg, who will introduce the consultant and our presenter, Manager Carter. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair. So community engagement is truly an important part of all that we do. Today, we're at a very exciting milestone in our journey to enhance and further modernize our engagement practices. I'm really pleased to have Manager Carter and Red Brick Communications here tonight to highlight for the committee and the community how the engagement action plan paired with the proposed toolkit will help support further authentic engagement opportunities, and how the feedback received from the community in creating this plan has become the foundation for our plans moving forward. Thank you.
Welcome, Manager Carter.
Goals, ask the community what they want was top of list. A community survey was launched in June 2022 to gather feedback from residents so we can better understand the ways in which the community wants to receive information and be engaged to participate in local government. An extensive list of asks were implemented that I've covered in previous reports back to Council, and I am due to present to you again on Q4. Communications has been quite busy in Q3 and Q4 this year, conducting a number of engagement activities to assist in the development of this plan. Next slide, please. Just a bit of background. So there was a 2015 community engagement strategy that contained a lot of the same elements as the proposed action plan. But staff felt that this strategy needed to be updated to match evolving community and council expectations and to bring in considerations for equity, diversity, and inclusion that we didn't yet have a grasp on as much as we do 8 years later. Further, the 2015 strategy was the first engagement strategy for the town. And at the time it was approved, the town didn't have the operational planning processes that we have now in place to ensure staff can take a consistent approach to planning out communications and engagement needs for their projects. We engaged the services of Red Brick Communications to review the existing community engagement strategy and our internal communications plan template to find synergies that the processes and outputs meet the desires of the community and internal resources available. The scope evolved to have an engagement toolkit developed for staff to have a clear planning process for engagement activities with the community. Just a note, the toolkit itself is an internal document and does not require council approval today. However, it's appended to the staff report for transparency to council and the public, and it may be evolved over time. And just a slight clerical note, I noticed that the appendices to the toolkit were attached in the wrong order. There's no appendices to the action plan itself. So now I'd like to introduce Andrea Montgomery, Vice President, and Jacqueline Demers, Account Manager for Red Brick Communications, who will lead you through the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. We can just go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Hi, so thanks, Krista. I'm Jacqueline. I'm happy to be here today to share our work on the Community Engagement Action Plan. So we know that your community cares about engagement, and we also know that it's a key priority for this council. So our goal with community engagement is to facilitate more informed and inclusive municipal decision-making. Effective engagement helps make our communities better by helping to improve town programs and services, and that leads to the overall improvement of quality of life in the town of Collingwood. We'll go to the next slide. So page 3 of the document of the action plan that should be in your report, it details the different ways we talk to people to help inform the action plan. And through those different exercises, we came up with some key themes that seem to come up over and over again. So I'll just briefly go over those few themes. So first, it was clear that residents recognize that the town does care about engagement and that there are opportunities to provide feedback. So again, we know that engagement is a key priority for council, so it was encouraging to hear this theme again and again, that opportunities are available for people. Transparency was something we heard quite a bit. There is an expectation of transparency throughout the engagement process, people want to know exactly what is being decided and the process by which the decisions will be made. They want to know how their input will matter. We also heard, of course, that different engagement formats appeal to different people. People are busy. They should have more than one option to participate in engagement initiatives. Closing the loop. So people really need and want to know how their feedback inform the decision. When people take time out of their own lives to participate in engagement initiatives, they want to know how their input was used. It confirms that their input was valuable, and it may encourage them to participate in the future. It's a key step, and it's often missed in the engagement process. However, it's really an important one. Residents also recognize that they have a responsibility and a role to play. They have a responsibility to stay informed and to get involved. It's not all just on the municipal government to provide the opportunities, but it's up to residents to learn about what's going on and how they can participate. Diverse voices are desired. So it's a priority for residents and for people in Collingwood that engagement goes beyond sort of the usual suspects or a small group of people, that people from different demographics, and that be it geographic or age groups or other different groups are included in the engagement process. And we also heard that staff and council have an important role to play outside of formal engagement opportunities. So residents want to be able to approach staff and elected officials and to ask questions. And they are looking for timely, honest, and accurate responses to these questions. And that's outside of formal opportunities. So finally, community input as well as best practices and trends in the municipal sector helped us develop this action plan. And I'll hand it over to Andrea to keep going here. If we can go to the next slide, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, so further to what Jacqueline raised, Red Brick's been in the municipal space for more than 20 years now. And we also have quite a large network of municipal communicators and people who are responsible for public engagement. We also regularly conduct communications reviews and engagement reviews. So we're pretty, tied into what is happening in the municipal space. And we can pull from that some best practice and trends. And then, of course, broadly speaking, bring in our expertise over the years of conducting public engagement ourselves and kind of what works, lessons learned, that kind of thing. So I think what we've learned and what we understand and why this action plan is so important, and it's so great that you are moving forward as a town with something like this, is because community expectations are in fact increasing, and we're seeing that across municipalities. People expect to have a voice. They want to have a voice in many cases. At the same time, there is that balance with them being busy. The community is busy. They're being inundated with information every day. So there is a challenge for municipalities to reach a broad reach and get voices from a big or a variety or a large spectrum of people. But they, at the same time, in terms of those expectations, they certainly feel like it's their right and their responsibility to have a role. And they also want to know at the end of the day, speaking to the closing the loop, how their feedback is being used. So those expectations are high, and we want to be doing everything. I think the town wants to be doing everything possible to meet some of those community needs for sure. Next slide, please. The other thing we're seeing quite a bit is that municipalities are in fact investing in engagement. So in addition to the investment that you've made in creating this action plan and the accompanying toolkit, we are seeing municipalities for sure that are hiring dedicated staff resources in some cases. They're certainly beefing up their training, for example, and ensuring there is competency across the organization. The common place for training is called the International Association for Public Participation, also known as IEP2. So you are seeing IEP2 certification with more and more staff in the municipal sector for sure. And then in addition to that, things like an action plan and a toolkit where we can improve processes and figure out ways for a municipality to be more visible is another area that we're seeing more and more municipalities put some focus. Next slide.
The other thing to understand too is that online engagement, and while there are more and more online tools for running surveys and engaging people, and you already use your Engage Collingwood platform, which many municipalities are using that similar platform, which is fantastic. We also have to caution that online cannot be the only way, and there can't be an over-reliance on online engagement. So we want to make sure that as many people as possible have access and the opportunity to give their voice. Of course, we want to be inclusive. We want to hear from a diversity of voices and give people different opportunities to participate and be intentional in that. So the one caution here is that we're not overly relying on online, but that we're looking for opportunities for in-person, for being visible at existing meetings and those kinds of things. Next slide. The other piece that's really important, and we talk about this a lot when we do training ourselves, is how do we make it easy for our communities to engage? So the example here, I have a picture of the city of Burlington, and they've recently won an award for this initiative that they have, which is called Food for Thought, which they are doing on it might be Food for Feedback. At any rate, they've been doing it for about three years now. And it's almost like a mini food truck festival where they have food trucks come and they've set up multiple booths. And so from different departments from across the organization, from across the city. And so someone can show up with their kids. It's a fun event. And they can walk around and they might see a booth about the budget and they'll give their feedback on the budget. And then over here might be something about the parks master plan. There may be something about active transportation. So you're getting some overlap in terms of departments coordinating engagement with each other. We're finding ways to bring the community together. And then you might be hearing from voices that you wouldn't normally hear about, who might, maybe show up for the parks, but maybe not necessarily speak to active transportation. But when it's right there and easy, they may swing by and they learn more about it. So we're talking about, you already do a similar thing with your farmers market table. Which is wonderful. And we want to look for ways that you can build off the success you have at the farmers market and find other ways that you can coordinate within the municipality, maybe be more visible at key stakeholder meetings, for example, and find ways that's very convenient, inviting, and welcoming for everyone to participate. And you've another example of what you've done is you have a branded cornhole game that people can play when they come and engage. So that's the kind of thing we want you to continue to move in that direction. Next slide. The other piece that we see from a best practice perspective is around structure, right? Which is why you'll see this spectrum of engagement that gives some structure to the planning of public engagement. And this is built into how the toolkit works for internal staff as well. So this is adapted from that IEP2 organization I spoke about earlier. And each project, it recognizes that each project will have a different level of engagement based on the project itself and based on the impact that it's going to have. So this becomes a nice structured planning tool for staff that helps sort of set some process in implementing engagement. And the toolkit will then also help give a consistency to ensure that you've got a thoughtful and strategic approach when it comes to planning engagement across the town. Next slide. And the last thing is related really to what Jacqueline mentioned at the beginning, is about closing the loop, having a clear promise. So what we see is often a challenge is the community may not understand what they actually have influence over, or what the promise is in terms of what the town is looking for, or what a municipality is looking for, and then what is actually going to be the outcome of the feedback that they provide. So the more that there is clarity around that, where we set clear expectations, the more meaningful the engagement is, the more the community kind of understands what they're coming to the table for, where they need to be informed and how they need to inform, and understand sort of how their feedback will be used, and how maybe it was or was not used, and any rationale around that, and then what they can influence. But we have seen where that's not clear, becomes a challenge for communities to sort of understand the value of their voice at the end of the day, because they may have different expectations than really what the promise was from the municipalities in the first place. So as we're thinking through and using the toolkit and following the action plan, the intent is that it will help address some of these common barriers that we see to successful engagement. And finally, at the end of the day, so what we're hoping for, if you go to the next slide, is about obviously a consistent use of the action plan and the toolkit by staff, which will then ideally result in increased levels of satisfaction from the community, increased participation. Hopefully people will come back and participate again. When we close the loop, we know that, that the community will see that their voice has been valued, and it will increase the likelihood that they will participate again. When there is a feeling, and sometimes there is in many municipalities, like, well, I don't know how my feedback was used, so I'm not sure I'm going to give my time again in a future opportunity. So if we can continue to be sharing how that works and what the results and the impacts have been, that will make a significant increase. And that's where we're hoping to go with the town's community engagement going forward. And to make sure, obviously, that you have an informed community at the end of the day who understands, you know, what are they giving their opinion about, have clear communication and messaging, know where to go to get the information, and then can have a meaningful voice going forward. So we're hopeful that this action plan and the toolkit will help move the town forward, and be a positive step in achieving some of the goals that this council has set in terms of elevating the engagement that you've done, and the activities and efforts that the town puts forward to hear from its community. So we thank you very much for allowing us to be a part of this project. You know, municipalities for us is really where rubber hits the road, and you make such a big impact on the communities that you serve. And we've really valued the opportunities that we have to get to work in the municipal space. So thank you very much for having us be a part of this, and welcome to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea and Jacqueline, and I'll turn it back then to Manager Carter. Is there anything else you needed to?
I think they did a pretty good job covering it. So
nothing more to add?
Nothing more for now. Thank you.
All right. So we have no one here in the gallery and no one online. So we'll proceed to the motion, which is that staff report CCS 2023-11 Community Engagement Action Plan be received, and that council endorse the Community Engagement Action Plan as presented, and that council rescind the 2015 Community Engagement Strategy. Okay, mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Baines and Councillor Ring. All right, and questions or comments? Councillor Baines, and then
thank you,
Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Through you to Manager Carter or to either of the consultants, I think this is a well thought out and reasoned document. My only real question is, because it's an internal one, on the last page and the last point of the toolkit under decision/direction taken and rationale, if the community's feedback not followed, provide a rationale. I'm just trying to think ahead that if for whatever process this is done for, that you're close, 55-45 or something to that effect, it's almost a value judgment as to whether or not that component supporting whatever position feels they've been heard or feedback. I'm wondering whether you'll put anything in here, again, for staff to say, understand ultimately it's council's decision. And if you're not happy by what we believe the consensus is here tonight or whatever through this process, you can still get another kick at the cat, so to speak, by going directly to council. That's the first question as to whether or not that ought to be in there. Secondly, is there not a quid pro quo to this that council should be following all this, so that if they're asked questions about why are you guys going down this road, the councillor can respond having followed the conversation, if you will, throughout its life. Good luck.
Through the chair. I'll take a stab at it and I'll see if Andrea and Jacqueline want to chime in. So there's a couple of things there. Going back to why it's part of the appendices, or sorry, I'm not sure if it's part of the appendices itself. I think it was part of maybe the report back to council. So that in itself is a report back to the public as well, because the intention is that appendices would be attached to each staff report. So it is going to take some time during implementation. We might tweak some things within that plan. That's why we hope that that's flexible for staff to be able to say, well, that, maybe we should add some tactics, add some questions in there that would be valuable for the public to be aware of. How we get there probably depends on the tactics we use to get their information in the first place. So that'll take some time to go through. So you might have noticed in here, there is some implementation and training time for this. So we may have to work out some quirks. So we didn't have to come back to council to say, can we change this one minor thing, which we want to just speedily fix that process and keep moving forward. Through the chair, I don't know if Andrea or Jacqueline have anything to add.
Sure. No, nothing to add.
I wasn't sure, Jacqueline, if you were going to speak, but yes, to your point, I mean, there is a role for everyone to play at the end of the day with public engagement. And as Jacqueline mentioned in our summary of findings, that, the in-between, even those formal formal engagement moments, that the public does want to hear from their councillors and want to be able to have continued conversation. And we recognize as well that delegating at council is another opportunity to provide feedback on a regular basis. We do find that not as many people, of course, feel as comfortable with that as an engagement opportunity, but it's absolutely available to them. And for sure, the messaging that staff would have through any engagement initiative should, and we would expect, would include language around that to that point.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Vice Chair Doherty.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the report. This is, on the surface, it's not a whole lot different, but when you get to, I think, the evaluation and the decision matrix, that's where it really shines. And it's a great path forward, I think. Now that we have a strategy, will future engagements with residents be driven by town staff? Like, will we having continued involvement with Red Brick, or you're on your own now?
Through the chair, we have no plans per se right now. We have engaged Red Brick on a couple of things for, a little bit of advice, but we have no big projects on the horizon right now that we're aware of. Not to say that we wouldn't engage their services in future. So, but once we start to go through this process, we may find we need further assistance.
Okay. Thank you. So I think you've just answered my second question, which was what kind of projects did we have for 2024? And so it sounds like not determined yet.
Through the chair, until the budget passes and we start plugging things into the operational plan, that's when we'll have to start looking at another lens in that operational plan. Right now, we have a column for comms plan required. We're going to have to look at what other pieces we need in there to ensure that projects are allocated correctly. Is this a high impact, large community engagement? And go from there, so that we're first of all categorizing the projects in the right manner, so that we know what path we need to follow.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Any other comments? Yeah, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much to Red Brick and to our staff for their hard work on this. It's certainly a priority for our council, the communications piece with the community, and this is a great step forward for us. I have one question, which is, we've had a matter, well, it was actually on the agenda tonight, and the last time was on a committee, so we had representatives from the public here. And one of the questions or concerns we heard is they didn't have enough time to read the staff report attached to the agenda. And certainly that's one way our community likes to have input. A surprising number of people, it seems surprising to me, read the agenda or watch, the proceedings. And I know sometimes there's not enough time to get the staff reports out early because they're planning matters and, there's a lot of things staff are juggling. But I'm just wondering if there's any best practices you can share that you've seen in other municipalities or, we typically, our staff reports might be out Thursday for a Monday meeting, for example.
Yeah, so this is through to Andrea and or Jacqueline?
Through you to Andrea or Jacqueline, yeah.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. I would suggest, it's certainly not uncommon that staff reports come out, 3, 4, 5 days ahead of a council meeting. I believe, I can't remember what the process is at the town, but many municipalities will have a council review. Leadership will look through the agenda of an upcoming council and look at what the agenda will contain. And then at that point, there's an opportunity to flag any projects or initiatives that the community may have a higher interest in. And then I would recommend, and I think you could flag for key stakeholders or key audiences, if there is a report that's coming that you think would have high interest of certain individuals or certain groups, perhaps to communicate that if that's appropriate at the time, if it's not confidential information, that kind of thing, is a way to sort of give people a heads up. The other thing you may, depending on what it's again sort of, sorry, I'm coming back to the assessment of what's going to be the impact to the community, what's going to be the level of interest to different groups in the community, being able to anticipate that and then plan accordingly. Does that mean that, at the upcoming council meeting, you may need to, defer and give the community more time to review something? Does it mean that you need to have some formal engagement planned ahead of time? Does it have to be maybe put off so we allow time for people to digest the information or whatever? So I would say the best practice is really to be thinking about the community and the audiences and their and the initiatives that you're bringing forward, and in anticipation, really plan accordingly to make sure that there is a fair time for them to be informed and provide a voice where that's appropriate. I don't know if Jacqueline has anything to add to that.
I know that Manager Carter had something to add for you as well.
Okay, I'll just say thank you. That was very helpful.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to Jacqueline's, to Andrea's notes, because she might have not had the benefit of knowing what report you were speaking to earlier. So we do have a caveat just below the chart on page 11 of the action plan that goes through the timelines depending on the level of impact. So it says, while best efforts will be made to go above and beyond legislative regulatory requirements, to the extent any conflict that may exist between this community engagement action plan and the applicable legislation or regulation that governs consultation, timelines, formats, circulation, notice, or other requirements, legislation, regulation will prevail. So in the sense, the earlier report, I believe, was a planning notice and had to meet certain guidelines that are beyond our control and beyond this plan. So just wanted to make a note of that. This is more for other sorts of town projects.
That's a good addition. Any follow-up, Mayor Hamlin? Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. I noticed a great presentation, like everybody said, so I'll just get to my one specific thought. I noticed a line in the report about the absence of the ward system makes it difficult for some community members to know how to approach or who to approach. Sorry, and I know when I campaigned, there's a lot of people in the outer edges of town, the newer developments, who really don't know their council and don't know the system and all of that. So I'm just putting my support forward for anything you can come up with ways that we can make sure people know that they can access any of us. The idea of the farmers market this past summer was fantastic. I think the public really, really appreciated it. But it also gave us a chance to interact with those people and hopefully spread the word. so to speak. But it's a difficult challenge to get people to understand they can't access us. And some of them come from ward systems, so they're familiar with that system, and they're thinking, okay, who do I go to? And you're trying to explain, well, you can go to anybody. But it's just I wanted to compliment for the initiative this year. If you can come up with other ideas, we're more than willing to try them, because we recognize it is something that people struggle with. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other cards. So it was interesting because I also picked up on that comment, and I hope in terms of these interactions, we also take the opportunity to educate, because when anybody talks to me about, well, you know, I'm contacting you because you're the name I've heard, but you may not be in my ward. And I say, you know, the beauty of this is you can bug one of us or all of us. You have, it's a plus. And I kind of read the thing as a glass half empty instead of the glass half full. It's a great thing because you can hold all of us accountable. So I hope we take the opportunity to educate as we go along with those public engagements. And then my only second thing was, we had been doing, and it was with respect to the line of online cannot be the only way. We already have the template for the newspapers that we were using, and we have the great initiative that we do the storybook reading trail. And if we had those clear boards that we could put out our newspaper in those clear boards, where people, while they're on the trail or whether they're downtown, could engage in the information and realize an opportunity of what interests them. But they're already out walking the trails or walking the downtown, and it's once they get used to it being there, we turn it regularly as if it were the newspaper, they're getting an opportunity to read it. So I just wanted to put that in as an idea, which may or may not work for you. All right. So seeing nothing else, then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Peg, and thank you to our consultants very much. Have a Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
You as well.
All right, so we were going to move up, if the committee's okay, 7.1.4, and we'll do the planning one now with Director Valentine. You're okay to go with that, Director Valentine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we're prepared to move forward. This is a relatively straightforward application. So in the interest of time, at your concurrence, we can move directly to Senior Planner Tico's presentation. Yep.
Welcome, Senior Planner Tico.
Let's get up there. Right, so good evening. This is presentation for staff report P 2023-31 regarding site plan control for 415 First Street. You can go to the next slide right away there. Thanks. So the subject lands are located at the northwest corner of First Street and Hickory Street, and municipally addressed as 415 First Street. It has an existing commercial building that currently contains the beer store. Surrounding land uses include mixed-use commercial to the west, south, and east, and to the north is second-density residential. Next slide, please. With regard to the official plan designation shown on left, the property is designated mixed-use commercial exception 2, and zoned as shown on right, mixed-use commercial exception 3, or C4-3. The exception to the designation zone permits an outlet for the retail sale of alcoholic beverages, recognizing the existing beer store. Next slide, please. So in terms of the file history, this slide goes through the details of that. And today staff are here with a recommendation for conditional approval of the site plan control application. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the proposed site plan for the property. The proposed development consists of a 605 square meter single story addition to the existing 840 square meter 1-unit commercial building. The addition is 2 parts, one to the west of the existing building with 2 commercial units and one to the east of the existing building with 3 units. Vehicular access to the development would remain off of First Street and Hickory Street using the existing entrances, and pedestrian access would be via the sidewalk off of First Street. A new restaurant patio area surrounded by plantings is proposed between the east end of the proposed building, and Hickory Street. A new employee amenity area and enhanced landscape buffer is proposed to the north of the building adjacent to the residential zone. Next slide, please. This slide shows at top a photograph of the existing development from First Street, and at bottom is the proposed south elevation as seen from First Street. Next slide, please. In terms of technical analysis, a planning justification report, urban design report, traffic brief, functional servicing and stormwater management report, and construction management plan were all submitted in support of the application and reviewed by internal and external review partners. The servicing capacity allocation policy or SCAP evaluation has been completed as outlined in the report, and allocation would be advanced to council through a separate batch approval process in 2024. Next slide, please. With regard to planning analysis, the proposed development is consistent and in conformity with all applicable provincial and municipal planning policy and regulatory instruments as outlined in the staff report. The property is appropriately zoned for the proposed development and represents intensification of an already developed lot within the existing built boundary of the town, and the proposal is supported by internal and external review partners. Next slide, please. And so in conclusion, staff are recommending approval subject to the recommended conditions, including confirmation of municipal servicing capacity allocation and execution of a site plan control agreement with the town. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. So in terms of public participation, no one in the gallery and no one remotely wishing to participate. So our motion is that staff report P 2023-31, approval and authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement for 15 First Street dated December 18, 2023 be received, and that the site plan application file D11521 be approved subject to the following conditions: confirmation of municipal servicing capacity allocation and execution of a site plan control agreement with the town of Collingwood, and that an authorization bylaw to execute the site plan control agreement for a commercial development at 415 First Street be enacted and passed. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Potts and Deputy Mayor. Questions for Senior Planner? Yep, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Just one question to Planner Trico. Did the neighbor immediately to the north on the other side of the new fence to be built there make any comment in regard to this application, either to Committee of Adjustment or indeed to yourselves?
Through the chair to Councillor Baines, I'm not aware of them having made any comments. There has been more than one planner on this file, so I'll just also look to Manager Ayers to see if she's aware of any comment having been made.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Baines, if you'll just allow me one moment to review the Committee of Adjustment minutes, I can answer that.
In the meantime, if I might, page 11 on the paragraph starting traffic, there's a typo in that first is shown as frist. So
noted. Thank you.
I do read these.
No. All right. I just want to wait to see if is it easier if I take another question, managers? I can, and you can keep looking. Okay. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Baines, I've just reviewed the Committee of Adjustment minor variance application, and there are no public comments contained within that application folder.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. So I just have two sort of comments / questions. And the first has to do with, I think I know the answer to this, but our new official plan envisions more live-work spaces. So residential above and commercial, or, you know, whatever the designation is, on the ground floor. But recently what we're seeing are single-story commercials. So I'm thinking of Sporting Life as an example, and now this one as another example. So can we not somehow urge or suggest or incent commercial developers to put a second floor on and make it into residential? Is that a possibility? And I realize that this probably came with the old official plan. So maybe it's a moot point, but just generally going forward, what are we doing?
So
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Doherty. So the current OP and the new OP and the zoning bylaw set the minimum standards, and the applicant is required to meet those minimum standards. And so long as they're meeting them, we can't compel them to, we can certainly encourage them, but we can't require them to build a second story if a second story isn't required in the policies that are in force and effect. So in this case, they are meeting the current official plan designation and zoning. So there isn't a tool in place at this time with regard to that, but I'll look to see whether the director would like to add to that.
Yep, Director Valentine.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, the new official plan certainly has a number of supportive and promotional policies for mixed use in this area. Probably the most powerful with respect to Councillor Doherty's question is that there will no longer be new low-rise structures permitted in the mixed-use corridor 1. This structure exists, so council may choose in the future to recognize the expansion of existing structures in the implementing zoning bylaw, but Senior Planner Tico is quite correct that this application was submitted under the 2004 official plan and would be disposed of under those policies, and they meet the policies that are in place in that plan.
Yeah, and your second?
And my second question / comment has to do with their SCAP scores. And in the staff report, it is indicated that their score didn't quite achieve the 50%, which is the criteria for getting their wastewater allocation. And the comment is then made that because it's a small scale development, it's difficult for them to, kind of achieve those economies that all of a sudden they're getting higher scores on their SCAP. But when I went through the SCAP scores, there were places where they could have gotten more points. Like they chose not to put irrigation in, and so they lost points. Well, if they had just put irrigation in, they would have gained points, and in fact, they would have gained enough points to take them over the 50%. And then, similarly with putting in energy efficient features or LEED designation in their construction. All to say, I don't necessarily agree that they should be given a pass on SCAP when there were criteria that were under their control that they chose not to engage in or follow up on. Sorry.
So through the chair, is there like a specific question that you'd like me to answer?
Yeah. No, I ask you to. I was going to say, either you need to do an amendment or ask if you can make an amendment.
Well, or I won't make an amendment at this time, but because they're going to be coming as a batch, an application with the batch. But I will make a point at that time. I agree that if they can't do it, they can't do it. But in this case, it could do it, and they chose not to. So
to the chair, I'll just add to that briefly. So we have seen some of these smaller infill developments struggle to meet the SCAP score. For this particular one, there are a few areas where we had highlighted for them that there's some things that they maybe could do to enhance that score. At this point in time, we don't have the justification associated with those things to boost that score. So it is what it is right now, but there is the potential for minor changes or justification that don't alter the site plan that's before you today to be provided to the town prior to their batch proceeding to council. So there is potential for that score to move between the site plan approval and that batch advancing in 2024.
Thank you.
So we're suggesting the message might go forward to them that it might go better in the batch process if they address that.
I mean, if we have a process to allocate servicing, we need to follow it. Otherwise, why bother?
Yeah.
Anyway,
okay,
that's it for me.
All right, so that's it for you. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Right? Right. Okay. All right. So now we're back to, thank you very much. 17.1.2, the Memorandum of Understanding with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and we'll refer to Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. So this report recommends that Council authorize the execution of a Memorandum of Understanding between the town and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, or FCM, which would further confirm the town's participation in the Partnership for Municipal Innovation, Innovation, Women in Local Leadership, known as the PMI-WIL program. The PMI-WIL program aims to empower women in leadership and decision-making roles within local government structures. The MOU has been provided by FCM and reviewed by staff, and it does align with our already understood commitment to the program and council direction that was provided in 2021 regarding the town's participation in international development programming through FCM. This partnership continues to be productive, and we found that participation in FCM's PMI-WIL program has been mutually beneficial.
Great. Thank you very much for that. All right. So again, no public participation requested this evening. That staff report CCS 2023-12 Memorandum of Understanding with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities be received, and the council authorize the execution of a Memorandum of Understanding between the town and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities regarding the Partnership for Municipal Innovation, Women in Local Leadership program. Kind of a mover, Mr. Doherty, and I'd like to second that one. My favorite staff report of the evening. Any questions? I think it's pretty straightforward. Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And so 17.1.3 is the corporate accessibility policy. We're keeping Executive Director Peg very busy this evening.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. The recommended corporate accessibility policy creates a clear and organized framework which aligns with the requirements under the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, or the AODA, and the town's commitment to accessibility. The most significant change in the consolidated policy is that it includes the customer service standard with the other 4 standards that fall under the Integrated Accessibility Standard Regulation, which includes information and communication, transportation, employment, and design of public spaces. So as opposed to having 2 policies, we've consolidated into one succinct policy. The amended policy makes it easier for council staff and volunteers to understand our collective obligations, and the policy further highlights the importance of ensuring that all members of council, staff, and volunteers receive training regarding the provision of goods and services to persons with disabilities as described in the accessibility training policy. And the corporate accessibility policy provides, again, that overarching framework to guide the review, development, and delivery of all goods, services, programs, and facilities by the town in an inclusive manner, and again, is developed to meet our regulatory requirements under the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act.
Excellent. Thank you. So again, with no public participation requested, the staff report CCS 2023-10 corporate accessibility policy be received, and the council approved the corporate accessibility policy effective January 1st, 2024, and further that council rescind the AODA integrated accessibility standards policy 2015 and the customer service accessibility policy 2010 and accessibility training policy 2012. I'm a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Potts and Councillor Ring. Found the secret, Mayor Hamlin, is if you use them both on the same motion, then you don't get confused. All right, comments. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. And just a comment, actually, great to get it all kind of put into one, but a red flag that jumped out to me was the comment about our aging population in our area here. And I hadn't thought about some of the impacts we're going to have in regards to having to make sure that we've got proper infrastructure in place to handle those people, because some of them are going to be challenged with their things. So it's another red flag up there about the aging demographic coming into our area, and we have to be able to provide the services that anybody can access them. So it was just, as I said, just something that jumped out at me.
Yep, I'm seeing things I'm going to need. Okay, so I have a mover and a seconder. There's no other comments. All those in favor, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. So we have no unregistered deputation requests, so we can move on that. So next is notice of motion, and I want to clarify with the clerk, we have no opportunity for other business under committee of the whole. We've passed it, but in fairness to Councillor Doherty, she has 3 things on her list. 1 is a notice of motion, 2 is other business. I think unless the committee challenges me, I would provide an opportunity for other business and maybe suggest in a meeting things may come out of it that if we've already bypassed, it might be better to still have other business available. Is that reasonable? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Great. All right. So notice of motion, we'll start with first the one that's printed. I'll ask Councillor Baines to please read your notice, please.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Can I speak to this first, or do I just read my motion?
It might be self-explanatory, but read it in.
I'll read it and make a comment. That council supports and endorses the aims and objectives of the Georgian Bay Aspiring UNESCO Geopark (GBAUG) organization, and further that they endorse GBAUG's application to UNESCO for such designation of a Georgian Bay Geopark.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then Councillor Doherty, your notice of motion with respect to surplus policy.
Yes, thank you. So further to our discussion this evening and how the anticipated surplus from 2023 will be allocated, that is a variation from our official surplus allocation policy, and we have varied from it in the past. So I think it is best for council and staff that we have a look at that surplus allocation policy and make changes as required and consistent with the direction that council is now heading. So the notice is that council directs staff to review the surplus allocation policy and consider the implications of any permanent changes in the allocation of a portion or all of the year-end surplus, and provide council with an updated policy for consideration by the end of Q1 2024.
And I'd just like to confirm, I know I've brought this motion up a few times in my past tenures as a councillor, so I'm sure it's still on the book somewhere, but I'm going to let the CAO respond here.
Thank you, Chair. I do not recall in the operational plan currently that there is a request to review the surplus allocation policy. So I would have to say it may have been some years ago that didn't get captured in our restart of that piece. I know there was a list that CAO admin had brought.
Under Mayor Cooper, under Mayor Saunderson.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes on and on. So I'm just glad that the deputy mayor or the vice chair will get it out there and get us going on it.
Can I say another
short
item? We do know that the treasurer is going to bring forward some good information, I believe in Q1, around the non-core assets, which is an important financial piece for council to have at hand moving forward. I might suggest if you would consider Q2, Councillor Doherty, that would allow you to get that key long-term financial information consolidated with the core assets when you reflect upon the update of the policy itself. Thank you.
So in your notice, you'll do the timeline to adjust to Q2?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
I can do that.
You. All right. And Deputy Mayor, you had notice with respect to the illegal car rally?
I would like,
Okay.
I'm going to bring a motion forward at the next meeting to support the letter of Wasaga in regards to legal car rallies.
Okay, thank you. All right, so other business, if no one challenges me on that, Councillor Doherty, I believe you had a couple other items I had you put on a list. Do you have recollection and do you wish to proceed to talk about them? We got them all covered somehow?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think this was it.
That was it. I'm pretty sure I said you 3 times. Maybe you're trying to bring the same thing up every time, were you? That might be it.
Yes, I was actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, that was the same thing.
Okay. I kept counting and adding. I thought your list was getting longer. Okay. All right. So that brings us to, do I have a motion to rise from? We don't need it. All right. So I'm just going to do a 1-minute break here and the mayor and I will switch out again.
Agenda is the election of the chair and vice chair of this committee of the whole. And I'm going to turn this over to Clerk Amos.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So this evening, we're going to be doing the elections for the position of chair and vice chair for the committee of the whole portions of our council meetings moving forward, as recommended within the recent procedural bylaw changes. I will first call for nominations for the position of chair. A member may nominate another member or themselves, and a nomination does not require a seconder. I will continue to call for nominations until there's no further nominations are put on the floor, and will confirm with each nominee if they wish to have their name stand. I will then ask each nominee in the order of the nomination to briefly explain why they are interested in the position. After each nominee has spoken, I will call for a vote on the nominees based on the order of nomination. And again, it is up to each member if they wish to provide a brief explanation or not. I did put a call out earlier to remind members of council that the elections were happening this evening, and I have not received any requests for either the position of the chair or vice chair. Oh, did I? Oh, I did receive. My apologies. I was actually, unfortunately, away from the office last week, so trying to get caught up. So I do, have a position if I can get confirmation on that nomination. It's Councillor Doherty.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and confirmation that position that you're interested at this point is for the position of the chair?
Chair, yes.
Okay. And as previously noted in my correspondence to all members of council, you're welcome to put any further nomination forward at the meeting at this time. So again, calling for nominations. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Clerk Amos. I'd nominate Councillor Jeffrey. I believe the procedural bylaw does allow for another term.
Correct.
Yes.
And Councillor Jeffrey, would you allow your name to stand for the position of chair? 6 months.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. All right. And at this time, I'm calling for further nominations. Councillor Potts.
I'll nominate Councillor Ring.
Councillor Ring. And Councillor Ring, would you allow your nomination to stand?
Excuse me, I would be pleased to do it at some point, but we have two good candidates right now, so I'll just leave it at that.
Certainly. Okay. And I'm just looking to see if there's any further nominations. If Councillor Perry had anything further to add at this time. Okay, thank you. So we are moving forward with two nominations for the position of chair. I'd ask Councillor Doherty if she would like to speak to the nomination.
Yes, thank you. I mean, obviously I have put my name forward because I'm very interested and I like doing it. But I also felt that it would be a natural transition for me to move from vice chair to chair, to, you know, provide for a little bit of change and variety at the chair. And but it still allowed an individual with experience in chairing standing committees to be in that role. And then I sincerely hope that one of our first-time councillors would put their name forward for vice chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And Councillor Jeffrey.
So thank you very much, Clerk Almas. So I would say that I'm willing to do another 6 months again, just in terms of leadership. But I do agree with existing Vice Chair Doherty that I really believe you should be at least Vice Chair before you move into Chair, and that would be, you know, some interest in trying to move people through that way, because it is different when you're actually chairing versus watching someone chair. And Anyway, so I'm quite willing to do it, but it's at the will of council, and I do agree with Councillor Doherty that it's really important to move from vice chair to chair, because that is a natural progression.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, we'll call for the votes. Then the first nomination we'll call for the nomination of Councillor Doherty for the position of chair, and a reminder that each member of council only has one vote. So at this time, we'll do the nominations for Councillor Doherty. All those in favor of that nomination, please raise your card. So. All right. And I think that's going to be Councillor Doherty as our new vice chair for this portion of our new meeting structure. Thank you. So we'll have you prepared for our next meeting. Next, I'd like to call the nominations for the position of vice chair. And again, the same election procedures are in place, so I'll accept nominations. All those, so Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Councillor Ring.
Councillor Ring, perfect. Councillor Ring, will you accept the nomination?
I would had another nomination, but yeah, I'll accept it.
Okay. And Councillor Doherty, did you have a nomination?
Yes, thank you. I was going to nominate Councillor Baines.
Councillor Baines. Councillor Baines, do you accept the nomination?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling for a third time. Any further nominations for the position of vice chair? Councillor Potts?
We can nominate ourselves.
You can nominate yourself.
I'll put my name forward.
All right, great. And any further nominations? Seeing none. All right, so we will start with closed nominations and start with Councillor Ring. If you'd like to say a few words why you would be interested in accepting this nomination.
Never really thought about it till about 2 minutes ago. I haven't had lots of experience at different levels of my associations that I've been involved with at chairing and vice chairing. So I just thought I would hopefully be able to do the job here as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. The next nominee was Councillor Baines. And Councillor Baines, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you. I've had some experience with running various meetings of different sizes, actually, in different organizations. And I think one of the strengths that I bring to this is the ability to be sensitive and empathetic to those individuals that are making deputations to council. And I would hope that would continue in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. And seeing as all of the speeches have been, sorry, Councillor Potts, sorry. I was looking at my above notes here and it's only 7 o'clock. Goodness gracious. All right.
Almost done though.
And if you would like to say a few words of your interest in the position.
Absolutely. I show interest in the position, obviously chairing many meetings and boards in the past. This is a newer realm, but I'm a believer that education is best, and you don't really learn the processes better unless you're sitting in the seat. So I think it's one way to get from the bottom stair to the top stairs to work your way through. So anyways, that's why I'm interested and would be happy to do it.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. All right, we'll close all the nominations and we'll start our election process. And again, I might need some extra time here. We do have 3 nominations and I want to make sure that we do our tally appropriately. If there happens to be a tie, it depends if the tie was for the first place or the third. If it's for the first, then we'll recall the election for the first top tie. If it's for the bottom tie, obviously the first person with the majority will be acclaimed to the position. So we'll call for the votes for Councillor Ring for the position of Vice Chair. So we have Ring. Okay, thank you. And those in favor of the nomination of Councillor Baines, please raise your cards or your hands. And I'm sorry, I didn't actually notice Councillor Perry. Okay, sorry. So Councillor Baines, we have Councillor Doherty. Thank you. All right. And then for the nomination of Councillor Potts, all those in favor. We have Councillor Perry and Councillor Potts. All right. So we generally do the majority. However, if we're calculating, everybody had 1 vote. We have 4, 1, and 3. So at this point, based on the protocol that we have, oh, my apologies. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I do it right this time, and I think I'm getting more confused than not. So yes, and it comes down when we get to a tie. So I'm sorry. So for Councillor Ring, I have Councillor Ring, Councillor Jeffrey, Deputy Mayor Fryer, and Mayor Hamlin. And Councillor Baines, I have Councillor Doherty. Councillor Baines, because I have my order. Okay, so we have 2, 2, and 4. So Councillor Ring will be our position of Vice Chair moving forward with Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just make a comment? And that's the way you've always done the elections. I still have a little bit of trouble with voting that way, because I think whoever gets to be the first one to get voted on seems to have more of an advantage than the last person. I don't know why we couldn't have a secret ballot, that the ballots go to you and you proclaim them, and then everybody gets to vote at the same time. But I mean, I'm happy with the way the result turned out. But I just wondered if there was an easier way.
Go ahead.
Certainly, I can speak to that. So unfortunately, you can't do a secret ballot at a council table. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is a motion to move in camera. Motion's this: whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reason for the in-camera session has been duly reviewed and considered, and the matter is authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including town or local board employees, and labor relations or employee negotiations. And the item for discussion is the CAO performance appraisal. So we'll go in camera if there's a vote on this. So a mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor? That's unanimous. So we will come back and rise, but there won't be a report on this, of course, but we will deal with our confirmatory bylaw as our last matter on the agenda. Okay, thank you. Oh, you get to leave. No, when we're ready.
Good.
Okay, we're back in the regular session of council. I'm looking for a motion to rise from in camera. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Doherty, Councillor Ring. All those in favor? Thank you. There's no report from our in camera as we were dealing with our CAO performance appraisal. So the last thing on our agenda is a confirmatory bylaw. And it's as follows, that bylaw number 2023-099, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held December 18, 2023, be enacted and passed this 18th day of December, 2023. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Potts. All those in favor? Thank you. And okay, Councillor Jeffrey made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
And we did
What?
rise. I just
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Sorry for snow.
All right. That's perfect.
Okay, we voted and that's it for 2023. Thank you.